Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the special city council meeting to order. Roll call, Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Board Member Watanabe. Here. Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Park.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Jane.
Here.
Vice Chair Vice Mayor Becker.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you. The AB 23 announcement, members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as the presiding officer, the mayor's and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. For those folks joining us this evening in a capacity as a registered lobbyist, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations that you represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
Thank you. So good evening, everyone, and welcome to today's meeting. The council is back in person, and we're conducting our meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and the council continues to use the Zoom feature to allow participation from the safety of your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you'd like to speak on an agenda item, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure that members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate item. So we'll move now to the special meeting agenda. We're going to take one item out of order this evening because we want our public hearing on the proposed Stadium Authority budget to start at 7 p.m. So we're going to move up, drum roll please, we're moving up Silicon Valley Power biannual update. And we'll do that after the consent calendar. So the consent calendar is approved with one motion unless someone pulls an item for discussion. Is there any discussion on the consent calendar, Stadium Authority consent calendar items? If not, a motion, please.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second on that. Any discussion on that? Any member of the public want to pull an item on the consent calendar for discussion? Seeing none. City Clerk, Stadium Authority Clerk, when you're ready, please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to our update. Silicon Valley Power biannual update. City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Gilmore, members of the council, and members of the public. We have our biannual update from Silicon Valley Power. As a reminder, we are making a slight adjustment this year. Instead of having quarterly updates during your regular meetings, we are planning 2 biannual updates at a special meeting to allow you and the public a little bit more time to delve in to the Silicon Valley Power update. As you know, Silicon Valley Power is our electric utility that is 127 years old. And has operating sales of over $557 million a year, and we will have the update provided by Manuel Pineda, our Chief Electric Utility Officer.
Welcome. I recall seeing you very early this morning at a convention, at the convention center.
Yes, Mayor.
Nice to see you again
Nice seeing
hours
you.
later.
I know, nice seeing you again as well, and it's a pleasure to be here while the sun's still out also.
Yes, amazing.
As you know, usually I'm here later at night. So Manuel Pineda, Chief Elected Utility Officer. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Pleasure to be here tonight to talk to you about our biannual update. So from an agenda perspective, as usual, you'll have a couple of the items that we typically talk about, including our load growth and our capital projects. And then today's focus really is going to be on the storm response. As you know, we got some feedback on that significant storm they had in early February. And as always, I like to end with some upcoming items that you'll be seeing in the next few months. And before I start, I do want to acknowledge that Kathleen Hughes and Deanna Hilbrandt are here with me today, two of our assistant directors. And I believe out in Zoom, we have Chris Carwick and Alan Curatori as well, who are joining us. So we have the whole team for you tonight. So historical load growth, you've seen this chart many times. I think at this point, obviously, we are growing. We're continuing to grow. We have a growth plan for you. This past year, we've been a little flatter. Some larger projects will probably come online over the next year or so, but there's still a lot of activity and a lot of need out there, as you hear and as I tell you about during the updates. So just to give you an update on kind of where we're at with some of our large projects, and you've taken some actions on those. The NRS expansion project, we are heading towards 30% design. We did some value engineering to manage the cost and keeping us where we wanted to be at, as well as how we're going to sequence the improvements. As you know, you took action in January to order the transformers, that $81 million contract, up to 81, depending on how many we order. And then there'll be a recommendation for circuit breakers, which is another long-term purchase item, significant item for you in May of 2024. So that'll be coming in the next couple of months. And then, of course, we have SRS and KRS, which we're doing two things. We're replacing the end-of-life structure, right? We had those facilities from 1968 and 1975. And at the same time, we're increasing capacity to accommodate growth. And as always, a reminder, the growth we're accommodating, we're looking at almost doubling in size. And that's to accommodate projects that are already entitled or under construction. So we're accommodating growth that's already planned for the city. That design is 30% design completed. We also ordered the transformers at the same time for those facilities, and I think we're looking at a delivery date of 2026 or so. Alan will send me a note and correct me if I'm wrong. And then for that facility as well, for those two projects, we'll come back with you for the circuit breakers in the next couple of months to make that purchase. And then the last project I want to talk about today, just very high level, is a new transmission line that's necessary that's going to connect NRS and KRS. We looked at a lot of key items regarding that project: constructability, utilities, power delivery, potential growth, aesthetics, and schedule. I want to note that schedule is very significant. We have a preferred route alignment. We are going to be with you on March 19th for a full discussion on that one as an informational report, just to let you know what our findings are so far. And then ultimately, we'll ask the council to take action later on in 2024. But on March 19th, we have a very substantial informational report regarding the analysis that was done as part of that project. And lastly, just because I always like to remind everybody, this, when we're talking about large projects, the ones I talk about are only 3 of the large projects, 4 of the large projects we're working on. We have a lot of large projects that the city is working either for our purposes as well as for developers and substations. In addition to that, as part of our regular capital program, we have another 40 or so projects that our team's working on, which, it's a lot of work, and the team does a great job of trying to keep everything on track. So then I want to jump to the storm that we had starting on February 4th. So starting off by saying that we did know that the storm was coming, and certainly we were worried about the wind. We kept hearing the wind was going to be very strong. You don't have to read the graph on the right, of course, but really what that's intended to show you is the kind of data that our control operators are looking at from an information and perspective. It shows the kind of rain that we think we're going to get, as well as the wind that we think we're going to get, and just getting that data. In preparation for that, we work with our teams to make sure that SVP T&D crews, transmission and distribution crews, who do all our poles and wires, we're pre-positioned for 24-hour shifts. So we wanted to make sure that we had full coverage as part of preparation for the storm. We had 2 6-person crews starting out. Usually we have 4-person crews, but we had larger crews just in case. And then we have 1 troubleshooter, and as you know, the troubleshooters are the ones that go out and try to find out what the issues are when there's an outage. In addition to that, we have our substations, right? And we had a substation and system operators. Our operators control the system and coordinate with our, the substation staff, the T&D staff, to make sure we let them know kind of what's going on with the system, as well as when power needs to go on and off to make sure everything's done safely. We had that set up with 12-hour shifts and 24-hour coverage, so we pre-positioned for it. Around 3:45, and I think you got emails from me on all of this, so you've seen most of this. At about 3:45, everything was pretty quiet. We had 3 minor outages in the city, a couple in the teens, one around 100 customers, and still most of the heavy expected storm had not occurred. Around 4 p.m., we had a number of feeders go out, and about 3,500 customers were out at that time. And the text, the graphics you're seeing, these are actually the texts that we get saying this feeder's out, this feeder's out, this feeder's out. These are the customers that are out at this point. So at 4 o'clock, I was actually out driving, and I pulled over, and I could see the wind picking up. I saw stuff starting to happen on the streets. And then at 4:15, 50 minutes later, we had multiple additional feeders out again. And then at 4:45, we had multiple feeders out again. So between 4 o'clock and 4:45, between 3:45 and 4:45, we went from about 100, 110 customers being out to over 10,000 plus customers out. And I didn't have the final numbers at that time. I know there was communication that I sent to the council, and I left it at 10,000 plus at that point. Later that night, working with Chris and our customer service reps and our control operators, as well as the T&D crews, we determined that we had 18,000 plus customers out at different points through the night. So what was our response? So as I mentioned, we were prepared in advance. We had crews pre-positioned starting Sunday morning with 24-hour coverage. So we wanted to make sure we had operational staff 24 hours available to be able to address any issues. Around 3 p.m., where we saw that the wind was picking up, we actually changed our approach, and we called in additional resources. We called in a 3-person substation crew in preparation to, if there were going to be any issues. We called 3 more control room operators, and then SVP management staff, including myself and Chris and Kathleen, as well as our division managers in T&D, kind of when we were online trying to figure out kind of what was going to happen next. Around 6 p.m., that was after the emails, we knew we had a lot of outages. We actually decided to modify our storm response, and we took those 6-person crews and we broke it up into 2-person crews to really try to figure out and maximize how quick we could find where the issues were at. And in some cases, as you know, some issues can be addressed fairly quickly. If there's a tree limb on a power line, but there's no damage, you remove it, you address it, and you're able to re-energize immediately. So the crews isolated to minimize outages and began repairs. Monday, at February 5th, at 4 a.m., so crews worked throughout the night. The remaining T&D crews arrived for the regular 24-hour shift. Initially, we were going to have them here at 6 a.m. We actually started them a little early just because we had still so many people out. And then at 6 a.m., the remaining substation and system operators came in for their shifts. And then we also had some additional resources for triage damage assessment at 3 p.m. So we continued, from preparation on that Sunday morning and having people pre-positioned. As we worked through the night, we made changes to the staffing plan so we could address as many outages as quickly as possible, and of course, always as safely as possible. I do want to note that this storm affected the entire state, and I'm obviously not going to read every quote for you out there, but a couple of examples. I'll start with the first 2 quotes from PG&E. In terms of outage totals, this was one of the top 3 most damaging single-day storms on record, only comparable to storms in 1995 and 2008. And then if you go actually to the far right, SMUD, Sacramento Municipal Utility District, the February 4th storm brought strong winds surpassing 65 miles per hour, impacting over 200,000 of our customers, which is about 30% of their customers were impacted by the storm. And at some point, PG&E actually had to put a banner on their website that it was going to be 24 hours before they could give updates on when power was going to come on, just because there were so many outages. So it's a significant event through the state. Also, I put some LA Times quotes in there for you, so you can see it's not just a Northern California item, but also Southern California was having similar issues. So in a snapshot, we had 34 total outages. There were 26 circuits affected. We have 159 circuits in the city. And the reason there were 34 is because some circuits were affected more than once. We had 18,734 customer accounts affected by this. In total, about 31% of our customers were affected. So very similar numbers to SMUD, who also had about 30% of other customers affected by the storm. From a length perspective, our outage length on average was just under 6 hours. We had the longest outage was significant. It was over 60 hours. And the shortest outage was about 23 hours. The outages, as I noted earlier, the really heavy outages started about 4 p.m. on Sunday. And we were finished with the last outage, of course, the longest one, about on Wednesday, February 7th. So significant event. Excuse me. In summary, though, the team did an incredible job kind of trying to address a lot of the outages quickly. 39% for under 100 customers. We were able to keep almost half of them under 4 hours, 44%, and 85 were under 8 hours, and 89 were under 12 hours. And of course, that means that 11% of our outages were over 12 hours. I do want to acknowledge the hard work by the SVP crews in the field. I want to acknowledge the hard work by our customer service reps who also worked through the night. And I also want to thank the management team who also worked through the night to try to address a number of these items and kind of work through them. We did actively manage the plan as well as we could through the process to minimize it, but of course it was a significant event. And then also we had Kaiser Hospital that was affected by it, and we had schools that were affected by it that we had to prioritize. As Kaiser, of course, pretty obvious. We had to switch them to alternate feed for about 7 hours before we could fix the repairs. And then we were able to restore 10 out of the 11 schools before 5 a.m. so they could actually have class the next day. And of course, we're focused on schools because if we don't get power to schools, it affects thousands and thousands of families. So our customer engagement, the customer reps did work through the night communicating with key customers, so we knew kind of what was going on. But the call volume, as you can imagine, with 18,000 plus customers out, strained resources. We're not able to answer all the phone calls. We did have about 2,100 online forms that were submitted, and those let us know when there's outages and let us know where they're at, so it helped us address the issues. And we do have a new outage map, which of course is only 3 weeks old. And of course we had probably the largest outage event in SVP since the Loma Prieta earthquake occurred when our map was only 3 weeks old. And it was challenging. Our map is a manual input map. And it was difficult to try to keep up when all those feeders were going out and trying to keep the map updated. And I know that caused a lot of concern for a lot of our residents and community members. We did catch up on Monday, and I do want to note we had about 90,000 hits of people checking out that map. About 25% were unique hits, so we had a lot of people looking into it. In addition to the map, and because the concerns we had with the phones, we did try to do social media as well. We did an emergency banner across all city websites. We, of course, use X, formerly Twitter, as well as Facebook to provide updates. But I do have to acknowledge, because of the information that we had and just the amount, the outages information was a little limited, right? It was more like we're working on it, we're getting to it, we're aware of your outage. But in many cases, we didn't have crews assigned, or we didn't know exactly what was causing the outage, so we couldn't provide that information just yet. But we wanted to let people know that we were aware of it and working on it, and crews were going to be out there till all the outages were resolved. So understandably, as I always tell the team, right, when there's outages, we do know that this affects people significantly, right? Not having power, they feel it, and certainly when you have this many customers go out. So we did have some negative feedback, And most of it really is related to communication and just our ability to keep up with the outages, the map not being updated as quickly as we wanted to, the phone volume just being a little too high. So that was really the biggest issue. We're aware of that, and we have some options we're going to look at in the future, but we do want to acknowledge it. And I always tell the team, very understandable. I would expect when people are out for 5, 6, 7 hours that they will have some concerns about that. However, I also want to note that we also got some positive feedback, and I think an acknowledgement of the great work that the team was doing, especially out in the field. I think when they see the team out there in the rain and the wind at night, 3, 4, 5 in the morning, climbing poles, replacing transformers, replacing down wires, people really get a feel of kind of the effects of the storm and how hard people are working to get them back online. So we got some positive feedback as well. And I do have to kind of just let the team know that I think they did a great job. I think the preparation was really good. And the work that they did, working nonstop for pretty much 2 days to get everybody back online, was a very significant effort. However, we do understand we need to look for some communication improvements. And typically, communication is not an issue for us, but certainly during storm events, it's something that we're going to try to improve. So what we're looking at, ultimately what we would like to do is to do a automated management system to improve communication. And that's what we're going to move forward with. Now, for a full OMS, we need to finish some meter software upgrades that are not done yet. You're actually going to see a contract on one of those coming up in the next couple of council meetings, because that's going to help us get the full benefit of AMI, and it is going to be about 2 years out. The first contract's coming to you actually next week. So what we're looking at doing, because we know that our manual map has limitations, we're going to look at it doing an interim OMS that does not require full AMI, and worked with our NCPA partners to look at what they had, and certainly some NCPA partners have full automated systems that don't have AMI, so we are going to explore those with them. We're also looking at improving our phone system. There's a couple of different options on that, and we're actually lining up demonstrations in March or April for actual systems that are already functioning for some of those NCPA partners that don't require the full AMI, and see if we can implement one of those faster than the typical process that we would do from a city perspective. In addition to that, we are exploring an emergency overflow remote phone answering service, and the OMS is one of our priorities over the next 6 months to really try to get something in place as quickly as possible. I think after we do the demonstrations, we'll be able to kind of get back to you to see what's a realistic time frame to get that done. So with that gives you a lot of information regarding the storm. Obviously, the growth plan is something you see on a regular basis, and I update you whenever significant contracts come out. As I mentioned, you'll have the breaker bid for receiving stations coming up. There'll be significant bond financing that's going to be for your consideration in the next 6 months or so. We got our switchgear procurement package. It's another large package that you'll be seeing. We got the RFP for engineering consultant support services as we continue to grow. And as always, you'll see multiple maintenance and contract expansion awards. So that concludes my presentation, and me and the team are, of course, available for any questions.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Let's move now to the council with questions. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. Could we go back to slide 15? That was the map of where all the fun was. I was wondering about the color coding here. Was that just different to show different sections or different times? I wasn't real clear on what the color coding meant. When you mentioned about people contacting you, I just looked on my Santa Clara app. It doesn't necessarily have that. Do you want people to go to the SVP? They may not know that. You're right. I want to do a better job of letting people know, because I will say the staff was amazing. My power was only out about 6 hours. I didn't think that was bad at all. And I was inside nice, warm, and dry, and not out in the storm, and knowing that there was many crews that were. So I think when we talk about, because we worked so hard to get people on the My Santa Clara app, if we want to patch that in, or let people know where would they call to let outage, and does it help? You mentioned kind of that it did, but then is it just more information and not helpful is what I'm wondering. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, compared to, PG&E, we do an incredible job. And the thing that I didn't realize until I read this NCPA news today, I think it was, or Public Power News, that, in high winds, you can't use bucket trucks. It's just too dangerous to use bucket trucks. So it makes it much harder to go and restore power when you have high wind conditions. So I appreciate that you guys got it done so fast. In terms of the expansion of SVP, all the substations that you're adding and the power lines, I'm getting a little concerned that, about the aesthetics of all of that. When I drive on Central and I see those substations there, they're not the prettiest things. So I'm wondering if, you're considering some sort of screening for those, or some way to hide them behind buildings or something. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Pineda, for the update. I have a couple of questions. Like you did mention that we had a longest outage of 60 hours and the shortest, basically 23 minutes. Was the longest it was longest because of some hardware issues, like parts were not available, or was it a shortage of technical staff who were dealing with the problems in the field, basically? And you did mention that you had 2 teams with 6 team members, each total 12 person team to T&D teams to handle the emergencies. Do we have a backup, like say a former employee of the city who worked in the similar department? Do we have a backup of those so that we can, if need be, we can call them as a resource in such situations? What is the backup plan or that, or what is the emergency thing we can do? And I know you did touch with, the third one is you did touch with, you're trying to improve the outage map. Do we have a rough timeline on that? Like when would that be updated in collaboration with the NCPA and other agencies involved on that? Those are my 3 questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Director Pineda. That was quite a day, February 4th, because we were actually, Kathleen Hughes and I were on our way to Sacramento for the CMUA Legislative Conference, and thank goodness the power stayed on in Sacramento, but we were monitoring it back here, and I remember looking at the maps and trying to keep my Facebook page updated, even though I was out of town. So it was definitely a memorable weekend, and what a time to be away. I really appreciate, I think we've learned a lot through this power outage and through this storm, but I was wondering if there's a process in place that we use to notify people with medical issues that rely on power, and that's my only question. Thank you.
All right, Director Pineda, those are the questions. Oh, Councilmember Park.
Thank you very much. I do have some questions. I mean, you talk about the AMI, automatic management systems, and OMS, but how quickly is the website updated during an outage right now? And who makes the updates? When we talk about OMS and AMI, what's the scope? And do we know what the improvements will be? Have we characterized what will change once we implement these? Like, do we have targets? And what update will handle mass updates? Like I could see, like we talked about AMI and OMS, and I think that you say full bed of AMI, but pursuing interim OMS that does not require AMI, and then automated map and phone systems. So it sounds like that's different. That's outside of the scope of OMS. So I'd kind of like to know a little bit deeper if we dig in deeper, what does OMS cover? Because I feel like calls can be bottlenecked, so unless we have map updates, unless we have something that that people can hit that's intended to be distributed, like a website, the phones by themselves won't be sufficient. I heard Councilmember Chahal talk about backup personnel. I mean, I don't know if we have backup personnel, but what I heard is that there were a lot of people working for the city that during this time were doing jobs that they weren't necessarily the best equipped or most equipped to do. And I'm a little bit curious as to how we handled that and the people that we got involved. Right? Like, I'm very happy with the response, but at the same time, I want to make sure that the response that we're giving isn't an undue hardship to the people that are handling the calls. Thank you.
All right, Director Pineda, when you're ready. Got all those?
I got them, and I know if I miss anything, you all will let me know.
Let
so.
you know, yeah.
So I'm actually going to start with the last question first. So on the OMS, and if I don't answer all your questions, please let me know. So the automated management system. So the way that the map works today, it's a manual map. So what we have is a feeder goes out. Kathleen, she does it sometimes. A feeder goes out, and that feeder serves a certain area. So that information goes to one of our key customer service reps, or Kathleen, who does the team that's under her, depending on the time of day, time of night, whoever needs to do it and step up does it. And then manually, they input that data into our map, and then the map is created. So it's a very manual process. And I mentioned this, it was in the past what we used to do is we used to have a list of the outages on the website and how many people were affected by it. So this was an improvement to kind of do more of a map that's more typical of what utilities does. What the OMS will do is that it'll make that process automated. So instead of having someone go ahead and get the information, input, and then create the map on our GIS, the information will automatically be transferred over, and the map will be automatically created. So you're not relying on a person to be available at 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, if that's when it happens, or on a weekend, or if there's a lot of them, so the map's automatically. So that's a significant benefit that we don't have today. So that's what it does. In addition to that, it does have other options. I think we'll be looking at things like, can there be text messaging that occurs as part of outages? Can there be automatic phone calls that occurs as part of outages? So that's part of a full OMS system that we'll look at what we can do now, and then eventually even expand beyond once our software is all updated for our meter system. From the phone perspective, certainly the way phones work today, right, and it's not an issue during regular circumstances. After hours, phone calls go through our control room operators, and they actually address all city-related calls after hours, whether it's public works, parks, water and sewer, or on weekends, and they address those. So when we have a lot of calls during an outage, they can only handle so many of those calls. So that's what we're also going to be looking at, automated phone system, and also a phone service center that would help us alleviate some of those concerns. So we're seeing that almost as a little bit of a package, and we'll work on that. City Manager?
Sure. And just to piggyback on that, we're also going to look into whether we continue the current arrangement where SVP acts as the city's after-hours call center for other items such as tree outages or public works items. And so right now they're commingled, and we'll take a look at that. And then also on the feeder, one of the challenges with our feeders is that when a feeder goes out, it doesn't provide precise information on what home may be out of power. And so the additional work that we're going to do with the AMI system will provide detailed, specific information that can be automatically uploaded.
Thank you, City Manager. On the backup, well, actually, there was a question about best equip and equipment. I want to tell you 100% that for SVP and our crews, everybody who was doing their work was prepared and qualified to do their work. And we had the equipment they needed to be able to do it just like they do on an everyday basis. And that's the reason we were preset and had so many crews already in place, because we wanted to be well prepared and ready to go. So personnel's experienced, personnel has the expertise. We never put anyone in a situation that would not be appropriate, and they have the equipment. In addition to that, they work with the control operators to make sure all the work they're doing is coordinated and safe. And we, as you noted, we actually brought in 3 extra control operators, where on a regular weekend we would have 1. We had 4, and then we had the manager control operator also there. So it was a well-coordinated effort, and we made sure that people, everybody had everything they needed to be able to complete their work. On the backup personnel, we have had contractors in the past to provide support, contracts. Currently, we don't have that. We're exploring, again, a new contract for that purpose. I will note that during circumstances like this, everybody's pretty busy. And, our neighbors, Palo Alto, were always pretty busy with a number of outages. SMUD had outages. Some don't. There's always an option to look for mutual aid, but you got to be careful, right? Depending on where you're at, we felt, well, there was a lot of outages. We had the crews in place to address them. And then we have a limited amount of control operators that we have, so we want to make sure that the communication stays in place. We are looking at bringing a contract for a contractor to help us out for additional crews. We had them in the past. Don't know if this would be the right circumstance for it, but it could always be an option for us. On the OMS timelines, right now where we're at is that we working with Ken, thank you, Ken, and our purchasing team to look at options of how we use previous contract selections, so we can move a little faster on that. So we already are aware of at least 1, maybe 2 of our NCPA partners who went through a selection process. So we're going to start working with them to see if those systems will work for us. Once we have those meetings and do a couple of follow-ups, I can get a better timeline for you, and we can provide that timeline through a separate communication to let you know what we think it's realistic from an implementation perspective. But we'll have the initial meetings this month or next month with the vendors, and then at that point we'll get a general time frame of it's going to be X long, we think, before we get there. On the color-coded, yes, the map is color-coded, and the different colors vary depending on how many people are out in that outage. And I think that should be, if you pull up the map, I think we have the legend there that tells you how many there are. On the My Santa Clara app, we can take a look at that. Certainly, we have communication tools in our website that you can use. We have the form that people can submit. We actually, I track the social media when events are happening. And in some cases, it is helpful. People tell us they see a branch somewhere, or they'll see balloons usually happen under other circumstances, but with the sea balloons, or they see a transformer issue in their neighborhood, and they'll give us a location. That way it narrows it down for the troubleshooter. So when you have 18,000 customers out, there's a lot of information out there, but under normal circumstances, the feedback is actually very helpful. Let me see. On the substations, which is a little bit of a different question, aesthetics is something we look at as part of our analysis. When we look at the 115 kV process, we will as well. Substations for data centers are, you always, in the planning department, usually takes the lead on trying to locate the building and everything else related to it. With substation, it's either going to be part of the equipment, sometimes might be within their facility, sometimes it might not be. There's always a back of the building, right? That those facilities have to go somewhere. So I know community development works very hard to see what is going to be fronting on. We do try to put walls around the substations that are fairly high to avoid the visual look, as well as for safety reasons. And I know that specific one that we're talking about, Councilmember Jane, there is a landscaping plan that they're going to be doing around it, and if it hasn't been provided to you, we'll provide it as well to show you what the landscaping plan will be. Let me see. I think I have it all except for the process in place for medical issues, and I don't know if the city manager wants to speak to that.
Thank you. Right now, it's called DMO, Durable Medical Equipment List. Santa Clara has our DMO list process managed through the fire department. In other cities, typically cities that are in, for example, the PG&E territory, it's managed by the electric utility. And we are currently looking into best practices with regard to how we manage that list, as well as what services are provided with individuals that are on the DMO list. But certainly when we have a planned outage, the electric department does have a process where they notify individuals on the durable medical equipment list. But yes, we do have a list, and yes, we're also taking a step back, using this as an opportunity to look to see if there are best practices or any changes that we would like to make to that process.
And, sorry, I did forget one question from Councilmember Chahal about the longest outage that we had and the priority. And I just want to note that we had 34 total outages, and then we had only so many crews that can work at one time. And even if you bring more people in, they have to also be coordinated with kind of the management team as well as the control room operators. So we broke up into the mini groups, as we talked about, to try to address some of those issues as quickly as possible. But even as you're sending out teams to different locations, you can only work in so many at one time. Then we did prioritize Kaiser, and we also prioritized the schools. And once you start working on solving an outage and fixing that outage, you want to make sure you finish that work. And sometimes it'll take longer, sometimes it'll take shorter. So it's really an issue of just the quantity of outages that we had, that we can only work so many people at one time on different outages. And just the effect of that is that some will be longer than others until we get them all done. So that's really the issue. We did have the priority from the schools, Kaiser, try to solve the simple ones if we knew what they were, and then just work down the list of addressing items as the crews became available from solving one outage to the next.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to go to the public now and get public comments, and then we'll come back to council. Mark, you're up. Card in. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Mark Kelsey. I live in the Old Quad and on Hillmar Street. First of all, I want to say I really appreciate Silicon Valley Power. They're very reliable. I just had another friend tell me today how lucky we are to live in Santa Clara and enjoy the benefits of Silicon Valley Power. I do think there's a couple of important lessons to learn from this outage. One is preparedness. I unfortunately suspect, like all of you, that this is not the last time we'll see a significant storm like this, and we ought to be prepared for it. And communication. And I appreciate the acknowledgement that communication needs to be improved. That was certainly it was impossible to reach Silicon Valley Power, in my opinion, during this outage. The phone lines didn't work. As far as I could see, the website was not updated. I would appreciate this. There are very few things that I would say PG&E does better. Unfortunately, I think communication is one of the things that PG&E does better. Having experience with PG&E properties, they do have automated systems and can pinpoint what the outages are and can predict when they'll restore power. I would certainly love to see the city invest more in that. The other thing I would like to see is more preparedness. In my neighborhood, all of us, we had the double whammy of rain and our basements flooding, and some pumps trying to push the water out, and power outages, and some pumps couldn't. It would be great if Silicon Valley Power could subsidize generators and other backup systems for critical structures that we need in our neighborhoods, since I suspect that we've all spent in my neighborhood hundreds, if not thousands, to be prepared for this in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Please come forward if anyone else would like to speak. Do we have anyone else online? Anyone here in the audience? All right, Councilmember Chahal? This is a note and file, right? A note and file, okay. Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. So I would like to say, we did get into a bad situation, and this is part of life. Like we will have these situations in the future too, but better planning and better communication will really help. And as Director touched, we want to improve our communication. And on that topic, like when we are looking at OMS automation, are we thinking of adding, let's say, feeder X, right? And feeder X has 100 customers, 100 accounts. If all those 100 accounts have a cell phone with SVP, can we send an outgoing message to all of these customers? Hey, your feeder is down, expected time, it went down at so-and-so time, and expect time of recovery will be 5 hours, 2 hours, 3 hours. And can that also be automated along with our map, basically? That's my suggestion. If we can incorporate that, that would be useful. And if the utility accounts don't have their cell phones on the account, once we are preparing for this thing, I think it would be a proactive on our side. Hey, if you want to have a proactive communication with us for outages, please get us the cell phone numbers on your account so that we can send you text messages. So that's my suggestion. And the reason I was trying to ask that question about 60 hours, and you did answer that because we have a limited crew and we have to prioritize that. So only reason I asked that question was, other than the crew, was there any other reasons which we can look into, like shortage of hardware, shortage of transformers, or any other technical needs which you need, which can be taken care of so that we can reduce this time? I understand that because you only have few number of teams and they have to be allocated according to priority. Like Kaiser is a priority, definitely it's a priority. Before getting power in my own house, I would love to have Kaiser power to be on before that. So that was my reason. Like we do the return material analysis in a breakdown. So what happened? Why did this component broke? So that was my analysis. Why during all those 34 outages, what were the analysis? What went down? So that in future we can take analysis of that. But thank you for presenting this thing to us as well as to the community, because sometimes things are in the background and you work all the best, but if we don't communicate, people don't understand like what has gone wrong. And other suggestion from Mark is like you do give subsidies to a lot of clean equipment for households. We should look into subsidy for sub pumps if that is possible, so that people can have easily afford those on those things. Yeah, those are my comments. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for Mr. Kelsey for bringing that to our attention, and also for really pushing on the issue, because I know that, and thank you for Councilmember Chahal for elaborating on it also, because I agree, I recently had a issue during the storm with some sewer issues and backup, and my landlord had to call out the sewer. Well, my landlord set it up where they texted me updates. I was getting consistent updates for every almost 30 minutes to an hour when they're arriving, when they're going to be there. Same thing with Xfinity or Comcast. I get text messages almost on a regular basis. I know about a week ago we had an outage at 1:30 in the morning, and it texted me, there's an outage in your area, we're working on it, and we'll let you know. Within about an hour, got another text and said it was back on the line. So I think, in this day and age, that kind of communication will really help our residents, and I think give them a peace of mind. But I think this is an opportunity, as Mr. Kelsey was saying, it's an opportunity to better ourselves. So I just wanted to reiterate that and also make a motion to note and file.
All right, we have a motion to note and file. Is there a second?
Second.
Actually, can I?
Councilmember Park.
Yes, thank you for everyone that came as well, and thank you for Mr. Kelsey. I took a look at some of the issues there, and I did have some other questions based on that. So I saw you, and that's what kind of triggered it, and I'm glad you mentioned it yourself as well. But, we talked about getting reports, and it turns out that people sending in reports is data in and of itself, and it's possible that we can take into account calls for service or reports of outages that are not confirmed yet, but at least people know that their area has been reported, right? And then how quickly those reports get confirmed or denied or removed, that's also another piece of data that people can use. And I don't know how a good system to report that would. That would be a map. That would be something like a heat map or just a report map. We could just directly, I mean, it's not a great thing to do to drink from the hose, but we should filter the data first, but just getting every report from something like the My Santa Clara app may not be what we want, but at least showing that these are unconfirmed reports will let people know that their area has been reported. And when we look at priority maps, because you talked about Kaiser and schools, and we understand that, I think everyone understands that. Councilmember Watanabe also talked about elderly or disabled. Maybe that we can think about children, where we know children are. But I think Mr. Kelsey is bringing up, perhaps we also need to look at historic resource lists. I mean, there are some things that, you know, we have on historic resource that maybe that does warrant priority. I'm not saying that that's the only thing. There's a lot of other things. I also know that in my area, especially when we had the storm, we have bad connectivity to begin with. And when I don't have internet to augment the really bad connectivity that I have in my neighborhood, I was completely cut off. So I took my family someplace else where they had power, where it could be dry, because I was basically locked out of everything just because the connectivity in my neighborhood was so bad. And I'm sure, and I can see on the map, I can see not just Wi-Fi, but I can see the cell connectivity in our city. I can tell you places that are really bad, that even having text updates may not get to them during an outage because they won't have internet to, you know, augment their signals. And we need to think about things like that as well. Right. Thank you. Also, the thing I want to say to Mr. Kelsey was, I mean, there are people in the neighborhood that do have generators, and it may be really useful for neighborhoods to keep track of, you know, local resources, who has generators. If somebody buys a generator, somebody has something, put it on a list, so at least you have a local list without having to wait for the city response. And this is something that the city can also take into account. Maybe if the city also had this list, we could distribute things. Again, it would be mostly volunteer. I'm not saying that you would have to do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Pineda, for the report, the full report on Silicon Valley Power. I know how busy you all are there, and I just want to remind everyone that storm was a once in a decade or two or three type of storm. This wasn't the normal operations of SVP. I think that SVP has a fantastic reputation out in the community of keeping the community informed. And I appreciate Mr. Kelsey telling us about PG&E doing things better. I'd like to know how PG&E did during that storm in terms of their communication. That would be if they still were on point and said, hey, this is when your house is going to be back on target. I would think, wow, let's do what they do. But this, you know, was an emergency once, you know, in a blue moon type of storm. They're going to happen again. We know they're going to happen again. And so we've learned a lot from this. But I know that in the past, when the outages have happened, everyone would go on Twitter, or now it's X, and check and see when, where the outage was and what the anticipated time that it would be back on again. I mean, that's our normal protocol on how we communicate on social media in various ways with the community. But when you have 34 giant areas at once, I mean, they're only human. This is like an impossible situation. And I think that considering everything, I think we did really well with addressing the needs of the community during the storm. My power was out for hours. And I told my kids and my husband, don't open the refrigerator during this time so I can keep everything cold. Because I didn't know when it was going to go on. And I was, you know, one of those people checking all the time. So thank you very much for what you've done. Thank you for what you do to for our community. And there are going to be lessons learned from this. And I think it's great that you're looking at it that way. that, let's take what we learned. So whenever the next emergency comes, whether it's that giant wind storm or something else, we'll be even better prepared. Because we got a lot of things coming up that we're going to have to address. And with climate change and everything that's happening in the world, we're probably going to have more incidences of things that happen to us. So thank you very much for the report. We have a motion and a second to note and file. City Clerk. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. I'm going to make another adjustment to the agenda because we have a lot of public members here. I'm going to move up the update, item number 3, which is the update on the George F. Haynes International Swim Center, the ISC recommended City Council note and file the report. So, City Manager, when you're ready.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council, members of the public. We have a report for you on staff's work with regard to the International Swim Center. As we know, the city on January 16th closed the International Swim Center due to unfortunate safety concerns. And so the city council provided staff with direction in 4 specific categories, and Assistant City Manager Cynthia Bojorquez, who is also serving as our acting Parks and Recreation Director, is here to provide the City Council with an update and the community, and we are here after that for questions from the City Council. Ms. Bojorquez.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am Cynthia Bojorquez, Assistant City Manager, but I am here on this item to talk to you as the Acting Recreation Director to provide a verbal update on the status of the International Swim Center and activities that have occurred since the January meeting. Tonight's update will be an overview of the actions city staff has taken since the council report on January 30th. These actions fall into 3 categories. Efforts to relocate ISC user groups to other facilities, additional assessments that have been done regarding the feasibility of partially reopening the ISC, actions taken to explore the use of temporary pool facilities, and finally, actions around planning for a permanent facility. In addition, I will provide an overview of the various communications that have occurred with stakeholders and close with council questions and feedback. Before I begin, it is important to keep in mind that this report does not contain options for council to consider or a set of recommendations regarding a path forward, nor does it include a budget request. As you will see, significant work has been done, but we are still in the data collection phase. Once we have hard information, we will be back to council with options, recommendations, and a funding request. I would also like to acknowledge the work of staff from Parks and Recreation, Community Development, and Public Works for all their efforts to help coordinate the information that I will present. Let me begin by sharing the work the team has been doing with respect to the relocation of user groups impacted by the ISC closure. A key item has been to establish a schedule of monthly meetings between city staff and representatives from the 3 swim clubs, the Santa Clara Swim Club, Aquamaids, and Santa Clara Diving Club. To date, there have been 2 meetings of the group. The first meeting on February 9th was focused on identifying the needs of the various groups and a discussion on scheduling requirements. You will see here on this slide 5 outcomes out of that initial meeting. Adjustments in planned maintenance, development of a contact worksheet of 23 area organizations with facilities. This was requested by the dive team. They had identified these organizations and asked staff to fill in all of the contact information. So we researched the phone numbers, the emails, and the contact information and gave it to the clubs. A request to the Santa Clara Unified School District to facilitate meetings with the clubs. Outreach to the city of Mountain View regarding their pool sites, in particular their diving pool. We did reach out to them. Their pool is not available at this time. Accommodation and transfer programming to city-owned sites of Mary Gomez and Warburton pools. A second meeting was held just last Friday. The focus of that meeting was to share the updates regarding the additional assessments conducted by the city's building department, the county department of environmental health that regulates pools, and an independent assessment of the pool canopy. In addition, there was discussion regarding negotiations with the Santa Clara Unified School District to open their pool at McDonald High School for the swim team, as well as an inquiry from the swim team regarding the feasibility of exploring a ground lease with the Santa Clara Swim Club for the ISC. As noted on this slide, in the city's conversations with the school district, It was noted that they had received formal communication from the swim club and are in negotiations with them, but would be open to conversations with the Aquamaids and the diving club as well. This was communicated at the March 8th meeting. At that point, they had not heard formally from either the Aquamaids or the diving club. In addition to the meetings with the user group, staff also completed maintenance work at the Montague Pool site to accommodate use, including some painting and power washing of the facility, and has obtained quotes for the repair of the Montague pools, which is estimated to be approximately $193,000. It's important to note that per the agreement with the school district, the city must obtain written approval prior to any improvements. City staff has obtained verbal approval and will proceed with formal requests once the scope of the repairs has been finalized. It is also important to note that those repairs at the Montague Pool site that is district property and will be at the city's cost. The final effort of note in this area is a meeting between the city's Community Development Department and the Santa Clara Swim Club regarding the potential purchase of Killarney Farms Swim Center and any code compliance requirements that they should be aware of. We wanted to make sure that as they were going forward with that purchase, they would be aware of any code requirements that they would be subject to when they were considering improvements to that site. In this next section, I will provide an update on the 3 assessments that have been conducted in the recent weeks. An assessment by the city's chief building official, an independent assessment of the ISC canopy and actions required to remove gutters and falling debris hazards, and finally, an inspection by the County Office of Environmental Services. Let's begin with the chief building official's assessment. The chief building's assessment was conducted on February 22nd. The official report consists of recommendations for the pools and associated deck, and separately recommendations for the reopening of the restroom storage facility located on the north and south sides of the ISC canopy. The assessment includes 7 conditions to reopen the pools and 1 condition for reopening the restroom storage facilities. These conditions are as follows. Number 1, all buildings, grandstands, dive tower, and pool, as well as other related areas, must be fenced off and closed to the public. Occupancy is limited to no more than 200. Maximum occupancy signage and directional signage shall be posted in conspicuous locations as directed by the fire marshal or building official. A minimum of 2 egress paths shall be fully operational and open during pool hours. At least 50% of paths shall be fully accessible. In addition, the city must provide the requisite number of shower and bathroom facilities required by California Plumbing Code and shall meet all required accessibility provisions. The final conditions related to the pool use is that approval is subject to the inspection and approval of the County Environmental Health Department prior to the reopening of the facility. The lone condition related to the restroom storage facility is that all potential falling debris hazards shall be removed. As noted on the previous slide, the primary condition for reopening the restroom storage areas is the removal of falling debris hazards associated with the ISC viewing stand canopy. We will move on to that item next. The Building Maintenance Division of the city's Public Works Department retained the services of an outside vendor to evaluate the canopy and make recommendations. A site visit occurred on Monday, March 4th, 2024. Staff requested a quote from the vendor within 2 weeks. In addition to the quote, staff requested the surface be evaluated for the presence of lead paint given the age of the structure. Yesterday, staff was advised that there is lead paint. Consequently, additional remediation, time and money will be needed to remediate the ISC canopy. The final assessment that has been conducted is the assessment by the County Department of Environmental Health, the agency that is responsible for regulating pools. The Department of Environmental Health conducted a site inspection on February 28th and has provided 3 separate reports, 1 for the training pool, 1 for the lap pool, and 1 for the diving pool. In the next few slides, I will share some of the highlights of that assessment. However, the bottom line is that the county has directed the city to correct all violations and submit plans to the department for approval prior to any modifications to the pool enclosure and gates. One of the major highlights is the need to replaster all of the pools. The county's report also instructs that the city shall submit plans for this work to the plan check section of their department. Let me begin with the highlights for the training pool. The county noted brown spots and missing pieces in the plaster, which led to the condition that the pool be replastered. Similar conditions were noted for the other pools as well. The second condition was that markers needed to be installed properly adjacent to depth marking tiles. The final condition was repair and replacement of flow meters to ensure that the recirculation system accurately measures the flow rate within 10% of flow. In addition to those same conditions noted in the previous slide, an additional condition was noted with respect to the deck around the lap pool. This condition is to replace the concrete near the ladder.
You're going kind of fast. I don't even have time to read these.
Okay,
So
I'll
can
slow
you
down.
go back?
Okay,
Thanks.
actually, I may need help for that. How do I go back? Where would you like to?
Yeah,
me to
right
start?
there. Just start there and go slower, so we have time. And I'm a fast reader, so.
I will go back.
Because none of this information's online, right?
Correct, but we'll make it available. We have it now.
Okay.
We did not have it when we did the initial report. The Department of Environmental Health conducted a site inspection on February 28th and provided 3 separate reports, one for the training pool, one for the lap pool, and one for the diving pool. In the next few slides, I will share some of the highlights of that assessment. However, the bottom line is the county has directed the city to correct all violations and submit plans to the department for approval prior to any modifications to the pool enclosure and gates. One of the major highlights is the need to replaster all of the pools. The county's report also instructs that the city shall submit plans for this work to the plan check section of their department. Let me begin with the highlights for the training pool. The county noted brown spots and missing pieces in the plaster, which led to the condition that the pool be replastered. Similar conditions were noted for the other pools as well. The second condition was that markers needed to be installed properly adjacent to the depth marking tiles. The final condition was repair and replacement of flow meters to ensure that the recirculation system accurately measures a flow weight within 10% of flow. In addition to the same conditions noted in the previous slide, an additional condition was noted with respect to the deck around the lap pool. This condition is to repair and replace the concrete near the ladder. So again, the first 3 items are the same items that were noted on the other pool, with one additional condition to replace and repair the concrete near the ladder for the lap pool. With respect to the diving pool, the same conditions were noted as with the other pools. In addition, though, for the diving pool, the stairs in the tower will also need to be addressed. Finally, the county also noted a variety of conditions related to fencing, gates, and the removal of climbing hazards. Those 9 conditions are listed here on this slide. They include, number 1, gaps located in the chain link fence. Number 2, gaps range in size between 5 inches and 2.5 to 3 inches. Areas of fencing seem to be under the landscaping rather than on concrete, which is what is required. Climbable vegetation observed along some fence areas that will need to be removed. Areas between the post and the gate may allow passage of a 4-inch sphere. You can't allow that. That's not allowed on the sides of the gates. South fencing has a trash can located outside the enclosure, which may be used for climbing into the pool. Again, we have to remove any climbing hazards. Some fencing has a gap between the fence and the concrete, which may allow the passage of a 4-inch sphere. Again, that's not allowed. The west area enclosure has a 41-inch climbable post, so again, that's going to need to be addressed. The north area enclosure has a gate latch, which is 41 inches and may allow climbing. So again, you'll see a number of items were related to the climbing and eliminating hazards with the gates in the facility. Based on the assessments that have been done, staff has identified 4 major areas of work to be completed. These include replastering the pools and the repair of the deck, acquisition of temporary support amenities, restrooms, showers, and changing facilities, acquisition and installation of appropriate gates and fencing to secure the facility, and the removal of falling debris hazards and the remediation of the lead paint. In the next slides, I will present some of the cost estimates we have received to date. Please note these estimates are preliminary only and do not fully represent the total cost of the improvements might be needed to reopen the pools. The biggest outstanding item is the canopy estimate, particularly given that the recent notice that the structure will require remediation of the lead paint. A significant condition of reopening the ISC is the requirement to replaster the pools. As the council is aware, the Mary Gomez pool was replastered last summer at a 2023 cost of $210,000. The dimension of the Mary Gomez pool is exactly the same as that of the training pool. The lap pool is approximately 4 times the size of the training pool. Consequently, the estimated cost to repair the pools, to replaster the pools, is over $1 million. Additional costs will be incurred in order to repair tile work and depth markers. Please note that given the structural concerns with the dive pool and the direction that the dive pool and the tower are to remain closed, staff did not obtain a cost estimate to replaster that pool at this time. Staff has been advised that for an occupancy of no more than 200, the city be required to obtain 4 water closets, 1 lavatory, 1 urinal, 1 drinking fountain, and 1 service sink. In addition, there must be separate toilet facilities for each sex and a shower for every 50 pool users. To meet this need, staff is exploring the use of shower trailers that you can see here in this picture. The line highlighted will meet the requirements that have been stated in the reports. At a monthly cost of $5,995, the estimated annual cost would be approximately $71,940 for the trailers. As noted earlier, both the city and the county assessments noted improvements to ingress, egress, fencing, and gates. This slide provides 2 options that the city is evaluating. One is for a mesh chain link fence in the amount of, and the estimate is in the amount of $241,000, and a second for a slated chain link fence at an estimated cost of $215,000. We're still evaluating these costs and the preferred method. At this point, I'm going to shift to the work that has and will be done with respect to temporary pool facilities and planning for a permanent facility. One of the options staff was asked to evaluate was the installation of a temporary pool. A Merthyr pool was identified as one option. The city's consultant is exploring the availability of an existing facility, acquiring cost estimates, and a projected delivery time for such facility. The consultant is obtaining information for both an above-ground and an in-ground pool. It is important to note that this type of pool will be subject to the same design and construction requirements as permanent pools. In an effort to secure outside funding, city staff prepared and submitted a request for $2 million award in the state budget to Assembly members Evan Lowe. That request was submitted on February 15th for consideration in the next fiscal year budget. Finally, the city's consultant has been working to create design options for a permanent solution. These design options are scheduled to be presented to city staff in the next couple of weeks. Tonight's presentation is in response to concerns from the public regarding communications. At this point, I would like to present information on the variety of communications that have occurred to date and to present an action item intended to address the community's concerns. On this slide, you will see a variety of communications that have occurred with stakeholders. This includes meeting with the swim groups, presentations to the Park and Rec Commission and the City Council, as well as written communications that have been sent to the City Council via the Sunday 6 update. These items are on top of the normal communications between staff and users regarding changing pool needs, constituent complaints, maintenance schedule adjustments, and accommodations that have made for the users to pick up their mail and their equipment as needed, given the closure of the facility. Despite this communication, staff recognizes the need for more direct communications with the general public. To that end, going forward, prior reports, together with future reports, will be posted on the Parks and Recreation website. In addition, an email blast will be sent to subscribers to let them know of this new effort. As discussed at the January meeting, it is anticipated that another council meeting will be provided during the month of April. By that time, we should have more definitive answers about the cost estimates and the scope of work that will be required. So in closing, I hope that I've shared with you the significant investment that has been made in terms of identifying and accessing possible solutions to address the needs caused by the closure of the ISC. While it may be possible to reopen the ISC for limited use, the cost to do so will be significant. More time is needed to acquire and review the cost implications of the various assessments. Given the availability of contractors, the magnitude of the work, it is likely a minimum of 6 to 9 months before the ISC could be reopened for limited use. Please remember that we still will need to submit plans to the county and get those approved before we can even start the work, as well as to the school district. Staff will continue to meet with the stakeholders on a monthly basis and will provide regular updates to the City Council as information becomes available. That concludes my update, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Council, questions? Councilmember Hardy?
Thank you. Cynthia, I know this is not a fun report to give us. I was questioning, you talked a lot about the climbing possibilities and all the fencing. I was wondering if that fencing only had to be done if there was a partial opening, or even if it's closed, does that fencing still need to be updated that way? And I wondered, it had been mentioned about the Killarney pool that was trying to be acquired, if that, what kind of a difference that would make to the whole situation you've just described. And my concern is the pool was down about 100 days out of last year anyway. And those downtimes had nothing to do with the replastering or any of the other structural problems. I mean, if I remember right, it was mostly the boiler. And none of that, that is still a reality, if I'm understanding this correctly.
I had a question about the use of our existing pools. Do we have some sense of how booked they are? Is there like a map of the schedule showing all the open times? Then, you know, it seems like we have an outside company, Lifetime Tennis, that seems to be responsible for scheduling time at our tennis courts. Would it be possible for the swim club to do something like that? Do you have any sense of whether they could help with trying to efficiently schedule the time at the pools? Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the report, Cynthia. So based on the building department's assessment and the 7 items to consider opening, I was wondering, are those 7 items also included along with the assessment done by the county? So all of those things together is what would be required. You mentioned, or there's a notation about reinstalling the tiles. There are tiles that have fallen off. Does the pool need to be drained in order for those tiles to be reinstalled? Let me see. Okay. When you mentioned the estimates, the preliminary estimates, you had the rental shower trailer, and then the replastering and that cost. Was bathrooms included in that number as well? Because I didn't see a breakout. That's why I'm asking. And then there have been communications received from the non-swim club swimmers who, enjoy using the pool. Would they have access through the city website to get this updated information? You mentioned where people could get information. I think it's important to share that information again, because we have had inquiries about that. Then regarding the canopy, why can't they just take the canopy down? Or I know you mentioned the lead paint, but is that what's prohibiting it to be just taken down all at once, or is there a process because of the lead paint? I just want to clarify that. And then finally, is there a least minimal amount of things that could be accomplished that would allow the pools to open? Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Cynthia, for the presentation. My question is on the communication part, like I see in the report that we had a first meeting with the 3 swim clubs on February 9th, and the second meeting happened on March 8th with the swim clubs. In between these 1 month period, did we communicate what the city is doing via email or by phone, updating these 3 clubs? Because we heard time and again the communication is broken between the stakeholders. So these 2 meetings we held in person, what happened in between? Where was the communication going on? And the 3 clubs is a different. Going forward, how can we improve our communication for an individual swimmer, let's say individual senior swimmer, who want to know what's going on? You may not have their email, but what are we proactively doing? Are we flashing on our website that, okay, this is happening, and please go to this site, Park and Rec site, to learn about ISC opening or issues related to ISC so that they can find out what are we doing proactively on that. In your report, you mentioned that best case scenario is 6 to 9 months. So my issue is, are we trying to set up the right expectations for them? Like if it is really 6 to 9 months, we should be very clear that this will not be opening before 6 months. And A, B, C, D, these are the reasons. I know you did mention about the county health, our own building department reports, and all the work we need to do. But why don't we set a right expectation that because of these unlimited number of issues, we will not be able to open this ISC before 6 months, or best case 6 months, worst case 9 months, if funding is available, so that everybody is on the same page and they have their expectation right. It should not be that because I saw the emails that they were understanding that the swimming pool will be open or all the arrangements will be made within 30 days of our last meeting, and that didn't happen because of the reasons, whatever it is. But I'm trying to say is, please set up the right expectation and communicate in the right way on that thing. So those are my questions and suggestions on that.
Thank you. Councilmember Park.
Thank you very much for the report. I think this is a little bit clearer for some of the people out there, but at the same time, I do share Councilmember Chahal's concerns. What kind of updates were available to the community? I know at the last meeting, you did say that you were having meetings with the 3 different the swim groups, but nobody in the community knew that. And I feel that having, not just talking to the 3 groups that are involved, but also communicating out to the community, because we have a lot of swimmers, like senior swimmers, people who are not part of the swim club, people who are not actively looking at the swim club, meaning I'm not looking at the swim club to give me information on what the pools are, I'm looking at the city to give me information about the pools, and I think that's one of the disconnects. I'd like to know about the status of the city swim program. I know that we have a separate city swim program as well, and I feel like rather than try to coordinate all these different groups, I almost want to say, let's see what the swim club can do, what the Santa Clara Swim Club can do to manage the city's programs, and then have the group with the largest number of members try to manage the schedules for the people who are actually swimming. That will take some coordination, but I think that trying to coordinate yet another group along with the 3 major groups that are using the pools is not going to be the easiest thing to do. You shared the county reports highlights, and I know that there were 3 items in common for all 3 pools, and there were a few items that were different, but you said highlights. I'm assuming there's a lot more work that needs to be done that wasn't given to us in this report, and I think that that's also going to be something that we're going to need to know to get a better idea of what the costs and what the timings are going to be. I'm hoping that the 6 to 9 months that you mentioned takes into account all of the things that we need to do, not just the things that you brought forward that you summarized in this report. And when we're looking at Murtha pools or pools like Murtha pools, I know that buying used pools is quite common, given the cost of these pools and also given the build quality of these pools. They're very high-quality pools. Have we looked into or inquired about events that are using Murtha pools? Like, can we talk to Murtha pools and say, do you have any temporary pools that are being set up that we could purchase afterwards? I'm sure there's a lot of people asking this question, but I would just like to ask that question as well. And I know that the community, the swim community, is also looking into raising funds. And I would like to know, like, if there's a target, if there's something that could be appreciable to the city, something that could be meaningful to the city, how do we leverage the community in, making the pool as good as we can get it, get the facilities that we need faster in a more timely manner, because 6 to 9 months, we're going to miss the entire summer, I think the swim season. I did see the report that we can use, I forgot what that school is, one of the school pools, but again, not having access to the main pools, and I think that the dive pool is a big concern because it's one of the only dive pools in this area. That's a big thing, which is where we can't look at this just as we're losing access to pools, but we need to look at this as these programs, these groups could disappear if we do not manage this problem correctly. So I'd like to know, how do we, or can we coordinate fundraising? Can we coordinate with the community to set targets and maybe, leverage the monies that they potentially have access to, maybe work with them on grants, maybe work with them, city-supported. I mean, I'm hoping that they know people in the swim community who may be big names, that may be know the history of the George F. Haynes International Swim Center and could hopefully donate or at least bring notice to our city and our issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. Kind of the same echoing of what Councilmember Park and Councilmember Chahal was saying, especially considering the echoing specifically what Councilmember Park was saying, Councilmember Chahal was saying, which is some kind of way of getting updates and knowing to the public. Is there a way that we can have some kind of frequently asked questions page, a special web page that's significant or only designated to about what's going on with our Santa Clara pools? Because I know it's not just many in this room that are hearing about. I know in my district and in my neighborhoods, Mary Gomez Pool and others people have asked me when these kind of pools are opening again. Maybe we can have, could we have signs on the facilities, which include maybe QR codes or websites that describe what's happening to the pool. So if somebody does show up to the location, there'll be information for them to actually look up and find out if why it's not happening. Because I kind of agree with Councilmember Part. We don't want to see things like this disappear, and I really don't want to see kind of a repeat of what happened with the BMX situation. We just keep losing things a lot, so I think we have a really good chance to save this. And I know that time is of the essence, and I know that the people who get punished most are the kids. So I really kind of want to see the best solutions we can, but I'm wondering if a frequently asked questions page might be the best way to update the community that feel like they're not being included in the situation. So those are just my questions.
Thank you all. This is a very complex situation because we need both a emergency temporary situation that we have to settle and solve, and then we have a long-term situation that we have to solve. So I'm most concerned at the moment about the temporary emergency situation and getting those pools back online as soon as we can with minimally viable options. So what I heard tonight was, I didn't hear any solutions. I really heard a lot of problems. We've got a lot of issues that have been looked at and outlined. I had a chance to go back and look at the initial report, and what I see is that it was done by an architectural firm, and it was a visual architectural report. from the very first time the city manager told me about the situation that day that it was closed, I thought we should get a second opinion on that. And I really believe that all of these, the comments of what's going on is from the visual inspections. And what I was told was there was a report done back in, 2018, 17, 18, 19, something like that, the Kitchell report, that this report was just about the same as that one. Well, why didn't we close the pool back then? So I don't understand that. We need a structural engineering report to really outline what are the issues specifically by a licensed engineer. What are they in those buildings? What are they in the dive tower? What are those issues with the dive pool and the windows? And once we have that report, then we can figure out what are the minimal ways that we can go down a punch list and repair the items, whether they be long-term or temporary, so that we can open those pools. I want to see a copy of the county report, the county health report. Is that going to be included in the actual report? And I also think we need an aquatics expert to review the county report on repairs, because I would question, I don't know anything about replastering or repairing and how long any of that takes. So I would like to see a county aquatics expert look at it. I think what I'm asking for, I really would like third parties to come out, because as much as we have the architect's visual report, they gave us a report on the repairs, and then at the same time, now they're looking at, long-term solutions for us. I would like to see independent third parties look at what's there now and give us that report. So I want to know why we haven't done that. Okay, there's lead paint on the overhang. There's lead paint in a lot of people's houses. What they do is they paint over it. That's how you handle lead paint if you're not removing it. So I would like a structural report as well on the overhang as to, not the visual. You can see it looks ugly and it's rusty and it has issues. But structurally, is it sound or is it not? But I want an expert to look at that. And I just have to say that this is supposed to be a priority for us. And this is one of those items that I believe the council is unanimous in the fact that we all want to get this back online as quickly as possible for our community. I would like to see it before summertime, because that's when our community as a whole uses all these facilities. And if we have professional reports with real issues, and we tackle those issues one by one and figure out how we can reopen that facility, I think it can be done. But I'm not feeling a can-do attitude by our city to get this done. Yeah, there's problems. Yes, there are. But what's the solution side to these problems? I'm not hearing it. And so I'm thinking that we, as a council, need to set a better direction, because we did set direction last time, but didn't really get in return what we asked to have done within 30 days. Is this really a priority for us? Because for me, it is. It's like a top priority. I'll tell you something. I've been knocking on a lot of doors lately, and I can tell you that our community is upset about the swim center. They're very upset, and they want it back online right away. I can tell you, it was amazing what I heard out there in the last 45 days. So I know I'm talking more than questioning, but I just want to say how important it is that we get these reports and get us real information that we can actually start ticking off and working off of, so we can get these pools back online. Staff.
Okay, so I'm going to go in order of the ones that I've heard. So Councilmember Hardy, in terms of the fencing, the climbing issues, we do have to remove them, whether we use it or not. We can't have anybody, it's a nuisance, right? We can't have anybody jumping into the facility, so we do have to fence it. There's two types of fencing. There's the fencing on the exterior, but then there's the fencing that will be cordoning off the canopy, the building, the dive tower, that absolutely has to happen. So that was part of what they recommended or put as a condition. The question about Killarney, I think that's best answered by the swim team in terms of how they intend to use it. I'm not sure how they're intending to use it, so they'll probably be the best ones to answer that. The boiler issue and the being down 100 days, absolutely. And our boiler is continuing to have problems, so there's no guarantee that if we are able to open, that the boiler would not fail. And so,
Cynthia, if I will, just to expound upon that point, all of the estimates and items from the county report and the building official that were talked about tonight, it's just important just to reiterate that has nothing to do with the other equipment issues and really the reason why the facility was down for more than 100 days in 2023. And so as we put all this information together, and yes, it is a lot, no, it cannot be done in 30 days. No, it cannot be done in 60 days. It is a lot of information to both pull together and to assess. And we're going to have to look at that because it may cost approximately, just on the numbers that we've been able to pull together in the last 30 plus days, $2 million for the items that we noted today. But it may be additional money for the other equipment failures, because the last thing we would want to do is invest those $2 million and then be closed because of other equipment issues, because we know the facility was closed for over 100 days last year. And so we absolutely will put all of that information together and we'll come to some decision points, right? And so that is why we, based on the council direction, are simultaneously working on both options with regard to, is it possible to reopen the current facility? And is there a temporary interim facility that can be put in somewhere else, and what that cost is? And so I just wanted to put a fine point on that.
Councilmember Jane, in terms of your question about the existing pools, yes, we do have a schedule of the existing pools, and we can make that available for people to see for open times. You asked about lifetime tennis, or the correlation between lifetime tennis and the ability for the swim club to provide a similar service. One of the challenges, or one of the differences in a city program versus a swim club program is the city's programs exist for making it accessible and affordable to city residents, right? And so the ability to provide a wider array of services that are affordable and accessible, if in fact the swim team were to take over it, at least I think the expectation for taxpayer residents would be that those services would be available at an affordable rate, at a similar rate that the city would have offered, and with the breadth of programming that is being offered. And so, as I understand it, the programs that the swim clubs offer are higher than what the city's programs are offering. And so, again, any lease or any kind of cost-sharing agreement can be explored with the understanding that fees and affordability are going to be key issues from a city's perspective in terms of serving the public. Councilmember Watanabe, the 7 items included in both reports need to be drained in order to be installed. I don't know if they need to be drained. I think some of the work can be, the water can just be lowered for some of the work, but I'll have to check on the if it needs to be completely drained. The shower trailers, those that we showed did not have the restrooms. And again, I don't remember who said it, but somebody asked, well, can't you just can't you just demolish the canopy? That was our intention. Our intention is to take down the rain gutter, the gutters, so that we can eliminate the falling debris. Not to take the entire canopy down, but take the gutters down. And so when they did the assessment, that's when the lead paint item was identified. So our goal really was to not have to get restrooms, because if we can in fact eliminate that debris hazards, we can reopen the restrooms on both the north and the south side, as well as the storage area. So that has been our hope up until yesterday. And so when we found out about the remediation. So that has been our plan all along, is to try and alleviate the debris, the hanging debris hazards. In terms of the notification, the communications with the non-swim club users, absolutely agree. And maybe I said it too fast, and I apologize, but it was in our presentation that we do plan to make all of the prior reports, and reports going forward on the Park and Rec website. Councilmember Becker, your suggestion about an FAQ, absolutely. I also mentioned in my report that we would be doing an email blast to all of our subscribers to let them know that the page existed, so we will definitely follow up on that. I think I answered the question about why the canopy can't just be taken down. Councilmember Shahal, your first question was about notification of what we've done to the different swim clubs and the non-swim users. Again, I think to your point, the only public communications we've had was the January 30th meeting. The city manager did do a verbal report at the February 6th meeting. That was at the end of the meeting, granted, but he did do a report during the council meeting. And then we have done the Sunday 6 to you all. But we have not posted on our website. We have done posts to say the pools are closed, but we have not done more than that. And so we will, again, add that to our communications. With respect to setting expectations, I would love to set expectations. And I think I've been very clear from the beginning that there is an extensive work plan that needs to be addressed. Nothing is going to happen overnight. Just for the issue of the replastering, we were notified that from the vendors that they need a month's notice and that it will take them 2 months to do the work and a following month to cure the facility. When you factor in the reports for getting approval from the counties, then getting them inspected, that's where I'm saying 6 months is ideal, and it's probably going to be longer. And so in terms of managing expectations, I think as staff, we've been very clear that it's not a short-term turnaround. We've had those communications with the swim teams. That's why we've done so many efforts to try and talk to the school district about getting their schools open to, someone asked me to investigate whether Independence was available. I did talk to the principal finally this week. Their pool is not structurally sound, and so it's not insured, and so it's not available. So that school site is not available for that either. The City of Mountain Pools was not available either. So we have made efforts. We've had conversations, multiple conversations with the school district. One of the swim teams had conversations about making improvements at their sites and then paying for them, and with respect to lights and platforms. And so we know the district is open to that, but that's their negotiations. That's not our negotiations, as it's their property. So they were investigating, and then the swim team, we had, as staff, facilitated that meeting with the three groups in the school district, but then received subsequently an email from the swim club asking us to step back and let them meet with the school district on their own, and so we've done that. And so our focus has been around what we can do on the interim measures and getting the assessments completed. And let me just speak to the assessments. So I agree with you, Mayor. We did need to get additional assessments done, and so that the County Department of Environmental Health is the agency that regulates pools in the county. So they are the body that would be the most knowledgeable about what the pool requirements are. And so the notations in their report are the minimal things that we're going to have to do to reopen the pool. The chief building official is our building official. He's responsible for making the building decisions on facilities, and so his comments are, again, those things that we're going to need to apply in terms of the city. So the items that I've noted today are the minimal items that are going to be required to be completed.
And Cynthia, if I can just piggyback on that. Worth noting and reminding the City Council that the report was a combined report of 3 different firms, LPA Aquatic Design Group and SGH. I've just double-checked and looked at the resumes and the consultant team. There were at least 2 licensed engineers that were part of the preparation of this report. And so we can certainly, if directed from the City Council, undertake RFPs and get additional reports or peer reviews. I think it is important to note that the city did have the Kitchell report done in 2018. It was certainly mentioned by staff that a number of items that were mentioned in the Kitchell report were also mentioned in the combined report that you received in January. And so in many ways, the report in January was a second opinion. Really what happened in the last 5 years, from 2018 to 2023, is many of the conditions worsened. And there are actually some reference photos in the Kitchell report that if you look at the present day photos, you can clearly see that the conditions worsened. And that is why the facility was closed due to safety concerns. Also worth noting that when the city undertook the RFP for LPA Aquatic Design and SGH, the scope of work did not include a recommendation for keeping the facility open or not. In fact, one of the reasons why architects were a part of the team is the city undertook this work to get information on what type of design and modifications would be needed to upgrade the facility. One of the reasons why we immediately closed the facility is because the consultants called the city and requested a urgent meeting to discuss their findings. And in that meeting, they said to us, you did not hire us to give you a recommendation to keep the pool open or not. But based on what we've seen, our professional opinion, as well as our liability as a firm, we need to strongly recommend that you close the facility immediately. And they provided that recommendation to staff before they even finished their report. Based on that recommendation, which was mid-January, I want to say January 11th or 10th, but literally that afternoon, I talked to staff and asked them to close the pool. And so that's why it was closed without a lot of notice, and that's set upon the process that we're in today. But absolutely, we can undertake additional studies and third and fourth opinions on some items. I will also say that the estimate of 6 to 9 months, as was said in Ms. Bojorquez's presentation, was a best case scenario. What we did not provide was the worst case scenario. We are shooting for the best case scenario, but it is absolutely true that we will keep working and keep putting together all of this information. This is absolutely an interim verbal report because we have not put together all of the pieces of the puzzle, and we do not have a full decision point for the board yet on moving forward with reopening the existing pool with all of the modifications that are needed or pivoting to something else. We are absolutely committed to do that, and we will continue to do that work as directed.
Thank you, City Manager. What I was looking for was an actual structural engineer stamped report, which that was not. That was a visual or architectural report. They may have engineers on staff, but that's not what that report says. So I just want to clarify that. And I'm going to ask the council that we give you direction to get a engineer stamped structural inspection of this facility. If we're going to look at spending all that money, we need to know what the real facts are. All right, Assistant City Manager.
So then to Councilmember Park's question, not Vice Mayor, sorry, you're Vice Mayor. Sorry, I forgot who's Vice Mayor. Councilmember Park, the question about the Murtha pools, yes, we are looking, as I mentioned in the presentation, the consultant is looking at the availability, if there are any available pools. He's not been able to locate any, but he is trying to get cost estimates and a delivery time schedule. And just a reminder that those kind of pools will be subject to the same design and construction requirements as a regular pool. And then we did submit the $2 million award to the state for funding of that, and then we're submitting a similar one to the feds. And then in the slide that I mentioned about the permanent solutions, one of the alternatives that we asked them to look at was the inclusion of a MRFA pool. So those hopefully will be coming to the city staff in a couple of weeks, and we'll have the opportunity to review it and get some more additional information on those items. And I believe that answers all the questions.
Mayor, I have additional questions.
I wanted to go to the public, but go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So, my first question is in regards to, people have asked me questions about there's a situation with the Lawn Bowl and how there was a proposal put together for a mobile module unit place. And I know that mobile modular unit that they put forward had a shower and bathroom facility in there. My question would be is kind of thinking about the killing two birds with one stone. So if I forget what it was, we need 2 bathrooms, or I forget how many bathrooms we actually needed and showers. So I want to know if one of those could be accommodated with the lawn bowl situation. I know that's been a hot topic as of recently as well. So I wonder if that could be balanced. And then also about what the mayor was asking, I mean, about the engineering, I'm wondering if that was something from 2018. Was that part of the original 2018 proposal or original report? So thank you. So I'm trying to get a better understanding because I thought we've been through this before. I mean, I'm going back to what the mayor was saying is, we've gotten this before in 2018. Well, things couldn't get better. I mean, they were going to get worse. And I agree with City Manager Javon Grogan is that things got worse since then. And, looking back, I've only been here for 3 years and some change. And, looking back, I think, well, if this was such a priority, I mean, why are we here in this situation right now? And this should have been taken care of years ago and putting money onto the side years ago, but I guess that wasn't a priority back then. So seeing what we're going through right now and seeing what we have with the lawn bowl and the question about the engineering report, I mean, haven't we been here before? So that's kind of what I'm trying to understand, because I know right now that certain individuals are trying to make it look like there's something bigger, but we're getting facts, and it seems like you guys are answering the questions, but just want to get that
Is
confirmed.
that a question or a comment?
It's a hybrid.
All right.
So this has been a longstanding issue. The ISC has been a longstanding issue. It's not one that's come overnight. There's been numerous conversations through budget discussions, through various reports. So in answer to that part of it, yes, it's been a longstanding. We have been here. The ISC is no different than the other $571 million worth of unfunded capital needs, right? And so we have a lot of capital needs that we have as a city. And so whether this is a priority and not a priority, I think they're all priorities for the residents, right? It's a very important service. And so we are here, we just need a solution. And so we don't have one.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go to the public now. We can start with Rick, followed by Vikas. All right. You don't look like
step
Rick.
away, so I'm going to take his time. That's all right. So thank you guys for the report, appreciate it. As with respect to Killarney, you guys asked about Killarney Farms. That's an opportunity that was presented to us. It's going to help with, it's not a big pool, it's 5 lanes, right? The ISC is 35 lanes in short course. So it helps a little bit, but it doesn't solve the issue. I would recommend, where possible, getting second opinions on some of these things. Does the pool need to be replastered just because there's discoloration? I don't know. I'm not an expert there, but we've got, for the last few years, people swimming there every day. Things aren't falling off, right? Tiles have fallen off before, and they've put them on without draining the pool. In fact, 2 years ago, when my first fall here, the pool was drained, completely drained, and they did a lot of work on it, acid wash and everything. Didn't seem like the plaster needed to be redone at that point, right? So I would just ask for a second opinion on the replastering if that's actually necessary, because yes, it's a lot of money, but the bigger issue is it takes a long time. That just takes a really long time. And I know 6 to 9 months, best case, I get it. We've already been out a couple months, and we're talking about kids. These kids are in high school. We're talking about taking them out of their environment in their home for a year or more. That's a quarter of their high school time when they're trying to make the Olympics, they're trying to make trials, they're trying to get scholarships for college, they're trying to do all of these things, and the disruption for an entire year, it's really hard. It's really tough on them. It's not just the swim team, it's the aquamaids, it's also the dive club that's really hurting. So I get it. I understand you can only work as fast as you can work, but there is some urgency here.
Thank you. Vikas? Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Vikas Gupta, and I represent myself as a private citizen here today. We heard about the SVP crew working hard. Thank you for that. You know who else was working hard that day? The swimmers. They were out there in Sacramento swimming their butts off in that wind and storm. Anyway, thank you to the city manager and assistant city manager for the update. Please continue to communicate, coordinate, and collaborate with the community and the clubs. I'm reminded of an oil change I went for, which was only going to cost me like $40 or something. And the dealer then comes back to me and says, oh no, actually it's going to cost you $7,500 because there's all these other things that need to be done. None of those needed to be done. And the car was working fine for months and months and months after that. Something to think about. We've talked about so many different things. I heard that the county health department is the authority. I heard the building department is the authority. Why didn't we go to them first? Why did we generate a report in 2018? Maybe we acted upon it, maybe we didn't. Why did we get yet another report, spend $200,000 of the city funds, and that's not even, as the mayor mentioned, a qualified structural engineer's report? All of this just boggles my mind. I don't know what we are doing. You talked about minimum viable product. That's what we need. Just a way for us to get it back in the water. These were working already. These pools and the space, and why are all these issues coming up now? We should be able to grandfather some of these things. We need to find creative solutions. You mentioned about painting over lead, putting screens over fencing. There's ways to deal with these things rather than just go ahead and spend tons and tons of money, which we have already spent and we want to spend more. And maybe it's just a way for it to stay closed. Thank you.
Thank you, Vikas. Karen, please come forward. Welcome.
Hi, Karen Cornwell, been here 40-plus years, paying my taxes, loving the city. I may be confused, but I thought we were talking about a temporary solution to reopen this pool with the absolute minimum things that are required. My kid was swimming in this pool 2 months ago, and the health department did not have a problem with it. The county did not have a problem with it. My kid was walking through the gates, and the fences were not a problem then. And so I question why these have become a problem in the last 2 months. It's like $1 million to replaster the pools. If we take that cost out, it's a huge schedule shrinkage and a huge dollar shrinkage. And particularly for a pool that we're not sure what we're going to do with in the future, making it really pretty and shiny is not really going to help, particularly if we have to throw it all away, right? Because we really don't know what the permanent solution is. So I think we need to poke into a couple of these areas and say, what really is going on? When I had worked in my house with asbestos in the floor, the contractor actually said the best thing you can do is leave it there and put stuff over it. Now I had a different remodel, and so I had to take it out, and it was a mess, but can we leave the gutters there until we figure out what we're going to do with the long-term bit of the facility? Because it seems to me like that would be a huge cost savings and perhaps get our swimmers in the water. Plus, I fear if you replaster the pool and you let it sit and the heaters are not running, all that equipment is just going to fall apart. That's what it does when it's neglected. So I think we could sharpen our pencil a bit, maybe get some different answers if we really, really try and work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Linda is online. Linda? Can you
hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Okay. My son was a lifeguard. Actually, all three of my kids were lifeguards at the Santa Clara City pools. And his comment was at the International Swim Center, the dive pool below it was supported by water because the earthquakes had shifted it sometime before. I think there have been a lot of problems with the International Swim Center that now that we're stuck our heads up saying, oh, then this problem and that problem, becomes apparent where we were flying under the radar. The problems were existing, but they didn't know it, and now they do. The other point that I have is fixing it up and remodeling it has been voted on twice by the voters of Santa Clara City, and it's twice it's been voted down. So if people really want to have it, maybe a new proposal on the ballot stuff should be proposed. And if people want it, they can vote for it with the cost that is mandated. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? If you'd like to speak, please come forward. Now's the time. Anyone here? Anyone online, City Clerk? All right, Council? I would like to see us give our staff Councilmember Watanabe, give our staff direction to get second opinions, structural engineering reports, and aquatics reports to review all the issues that have come forward. Councilmember Watanabe, your light's on.
No, thank you, Mayor. Yes, I was making some notes here as everybody was talking. I know this is supposed to be a note and file, and there weren't supposed to be any recommendations, but based on what we've heard tonight, and again, the emergency nature of the situation and what is at stake in terms of all three teams, losing members. I am on, social media, and I see the postings of the club and all of the accomplishments of these students, and it's like every week they're setting records. We have so much to be proud of with this swim club. And I have to say, too, I know we're taking a lot into consideration here because of the swim club, but we don't want to negate, the senior community, the swimmers. We are thinking about them as well because they need a place to be able to have their recreation and stay healthy as well. So this is about them too. But I would just like to add that whatever we can do in terms of the least minimal, I know you said this is the least minimal, but if there's a least minimal, can we look at that, please? And as the mayor suggested and talked about getting a second opinion, can we get a structural opinion? We've lost a lot of time, and much of this, and this is, again, a lot of this is before many of yours time here, working in the city of Santa Clara, but a lot of this should have been addressed years ago, before your times. So I would just, if I could add those two things, I don't know if anybody wants to add anything else, but at least those two things for a start, and that's all I have.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion, yes, ma'am.
Can you repeat your motion for the city clerk?
So my motion, yes, is to have the least minimal amount of work that needs to be done to get these pools opened, and to get a second opinion, which includes a structural assessment of the pools, and to bring back to council as soon as possible so that we can take some further action and see what exactly this is going to cost.
Is there a second? Oh, God. All right, second by Councilmember Jane. All right, Councilmember Becker. Vice Mayor Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so this is confusing me a lot. So maybe staff can answer the question about the pushing for an engineering report, if it's been done before, because it seems like I'm getting different, staff is saying one thing, and then the mayor's saying another thing, staff says one thing. So I want to make sure we're all on the same page here, because if we're going to go spend more money on, another opinion, when we've already had two opinions that are telling us there's something wrong already with the swim center, it just seems like I'd rather put more money back into the reopening than questioning, is there a problem? And I think one of the callers said it, I don't 100% agree with one of the callers, but the caller said something about being under the radar. Yeah, we've gone under the radar for a very long time, and now these things are coming out into light. And, again, going back, I just heard the comment that's saying, many of you weren't here before a lot of this has happened. But, it comes down to it's not your fault. It's the city council's fault. It's our fault. It's actually, if you think about it, the buck stops with the city council. So, as I said before, I've only been here for 3 years and some change. This has been a priority for me. But if you really want to look at where the problem is, this has been a thing going on for over a decade. So if you really want to blame anything, look at the people who have managed this city, who have run this city on the city council from before we were here. And that's all I got to say on that, because I think it's really sad that we're getting fingers pointed at the, oh, things aren't working out, and, we got to find someone to blame. But if you look in the mirror, it's the city council that's done this before. This should have been a priority, and many have said it was a priority. It wasn't, because look where we are right now. So I see where this motion is, but I just want to get a better understanding. Haven't we been, it seems like we're just keep reinventing the wheel, and I don't want to keep spending money and throwing money at something when we can find an immediate solution versus trying to reinvent the wheel.
Councilmember Hardy.
It's problematic when I hear that we want to ask someone else because we didn't like the answer we got. We have an answer. We can't unsee that report. We have a reality. We know that the swim center is old and falling apart. We know that it was down over 100 days. No matter how much you do to that right now to make it even just safe to be around, we still have major plumbing issues. The boiler's down, the things are breaking. There's a reality here, and we're going to have to recognize that. I don't see where just asking someone else to look at it and thinking you're going to get a different answer. I wanted to just note and file this report and wait for staff working on as many different possibilities as we can. I don't see where having someone look at it again, you're going to get the same answer.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a couple of questions if we go to the route of getting a structural report. So my first question is, whatever discrepancies we have on the books right now, are there chances that some of those can be eliminated? I know the staff, I'm not sure anybody technically over here can answer that question, but question is, can some of the existing issues which have been raised, for which we have to close the pool, be eliminated by a structural report? First. Second, how long will it take the structural report to be completed before it comes to us? And third, are there components of the structural report in the 2018 report, or I know the city manager did mention that LPA, what was that? LPA and SMG, the second partner, they had some staff who were qualified under structural. Can they do a deep dive? Because if you want to cut short some time, can they do a deep dive into structural part of it and come back with a faster report so that we know where we are heading, basically? Because everybody's goal over here is to make the swimming pool functional again. But if we are trying to add another step to it, we want to make sure that step is short enough and fast enough to make a further decision. It's not that we take 3 months and that step even creates a problem from a time period from 6 to 9 best case scenario. It says, we found so many issues, now it's going from, like, you can't even reuse it, or the structural issues to be fixed will need another full year of work on that. So I want a way, like, we should be knowing all these things when we make a decision. That's my point. We should have that information. I will vote for asking for structural report recommendation for that, but I would like to have these answers like what are the real practical answers for these things from a technical expert's point of view? Thank you.
Thank you. I want to say I agree with Councilmember Chahal, and there's a couple of reasons for a report. If you want a structural analysis of a building, you don't hire an architect. You hire a structural engineer to look at that. And it does two things. One, it could tell us, hey, here's a punch list of things you actually need to do to make the buildings or the structures, like the dive tower, more sound, or they're looking at it from a different perspective. And if we want to use, I don't think it's a waste, because if we want to use if we plan on making the swim center, the long-term goal of having the swim center in its current location, we could actually use the structural report as a basis for where we are now. So I don't think it's a waste of time, but I think just fundamentally, you want a structural analysis of a building, you don't hire an architect. You have to hire a professional engineer. And even though they may have had engineers on staff, they were hired as architects to look at this property. And so I again, don't think it's a waste, but if LPA, my only concern about that organization, and they've done great work for us, is that typically you don't get someone that does the report and then someone that's going to do the long-term architectural work on the property. You want a third party, to look at it, somebody arm's length. But if they have a component of their business that has structural reports that can provide official engineering stamped structural reports, then I'd say, yeah, then we can save some time, if that's the case. Councilmember Park, and then I'll go to you, City Manager.
Yeah, so I want to say a couple of things about what the Assistant City Manager, Acting Parks and Rec Director said about programs partnering with the swim club. Like, I understand that there may be some changes that will have to be made, maybe some programs that need to be added, but I think that that's a lot easier for the swim club to do than for us to try to manage our schedule along with them, and I think it would save a lot of staffing time. We would save swim staff, program staffing, updates. I think our website updates would just be a link to whatever the swim club does, and I'm sure if we had a discussion with them that they could come up with something that would both support what we need to do and consolidate the scheduling, consolidate the resource management. I also hear a lot of things here, and as someone who acts as an engineer, I know that if you want a report, ask for a report. I've heard somebody say that if you want a structural report, don't hire an architect. Well, I think that an architect needs to have structure as part of their assessments. I know that architects, they also have to keep monies away for liability because they're responsible for structural failures as well. But what we really want is to minimize the work, and if we're going to do that, then we should actually contract people to minimize the work. I don't know if people actually understand how engineering works when it comes to safety, except maybe at Boeing. Really sad to say that. But, I mean, it's almost like this. I have a problem. I want an engineer to look at it. Now it's worse. I mean, if we want another report, we're going to get another report. And if you want an engineer to look at it, if you want a good engineer to look at it, you may get a longer report. And to be honest, I don't even care about the money that the report would cost. I'm worried about the additional work that the report may find, especially if you're asking specifically to find problems or to look at things in a different way from reports that already exist, because they'll say, well, to show that we're valuable, we're going to show you additional things. We're going to find additional things because that's how good our firm is. I mean, I would rather look a different way, which is maybe look at engineers who are swimmers and seeing what their opinions are, seeing if they'll sign off on things. I mean, again, do the thing that you want, not try to simply get a different opinion, which is discuss, if what we're trying to do is minimize the work, discuss the minimal amount of work that we need. Don't want another assessment. I want a discussion of how we can minimize the work needed to get to a working pool or a working environment as quickly as possible. Like, I want to have a discussion not of a new assessment, but of the things that we have to do. What are the things that we can put off or ignore? What is the quickest way? How can we address these and keep it safe without having to put in this kind of work. Like replaster, if we need a replaster, if we can do other things, I think that as swimmers, people who actually work with pools, if we can get people like that who can maybe even volunteer their time, or volunteer their company time, I think that we'll get what we want if we're asking the question. We're trying to minimize the work. We're trying to get these pools online as quickly as possible. And if that's the outcome that we want, that's the question we should be asking. This question of an additional report, I could think of this going multiple ways. And to be honest, not all of those ways are going to be better. I'm saying if you know what you want, ask for what you want. And it sounds like what we want is, how do we get these pools useful as quickly as possible? And to do that, I want to get people who are in the know, who are, who understand swimmers, who understand the problem, who understand engineering, who can tell us this is how we could do it. Right? I want the creativity to put into how do we get this online quickly, not into just ignoring or looking at what other problems could exist. Because like I said, engineers, it's a different breed of animal. Thank you.
One of the things I asked for was an aquatics expert to review the county reports on repairs or replastering of pools. That's another thing I would like to see as well. City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Let me first begin by just reiterating that staff and our entire Parks and Rec team, as well as the City Manager's office, know that this is a very challenging situation and thousands of users have been impacted. Both our citizens that use the ISC, those that are part of the swim clubs, and certainly a number of kids. And the decision to close the facility was not taken lightly, but it was certainly done in the interest of safety. A lot has been mentioned, and there's been a request for a engineering report and a number of statements with regard to the content and who did the work in the prior report. I think it's important just to step back before we go forward, and then I have some recommendations based on what I've heard. And so with regard to getting the second opinion, I think it's just important to recap that this city in 2018 had a report that we've referred to as the Kitchell Report done that noted a number of our park and rec facilities, an entire section on the International Swim Center, and I just counted, there's a table there called a deficiency table that goes on for 18 pages listing individual specific deficiencies of the ISC. Many of those, and so that was one report, many of those were repeated in the report that you received in January. That report, yes, it included an architectural firm. Yes, an architect was the lead presenter in front of the city council. However, it is absolutely true, and it's clear in the report, that engineers were not just on staff with the firms. Engineers participated in the report, and I've briefly, while we've been talking, have counted over 5 people who are listed with the date that they went out to evaluate the facility and their title in a PE listed after their title. There were engineers that were a part of the assessment. There were 3 firms that were a part of the assessment that you received in January. And there are a number of pictures here that have deficiencies in the building. One of the things that was done, and I personally had conversations with the engineers and the architects, they did what's called non-destructive testing. Non-destructive testing is a visual observation. One of the things that they noted, and I'm looking at page 71 on the report and a number of other pages, clear photos showing rust at the bottom of the structural columns of a number of the facilities in the building. They did not do destructive testing or chip away at the rust or the steel and have that evaluated for testing. We had absolute discussions with the architects about doing destructive testing. One of the concerns with doing destructive testing was at that point in their evaluation, and that was the beginning of the process, again, they weren't hired to tell us to close the facility. They were hired to tell us what we could do to improve and keep the facility open. The concern with doing destructive testing is that we would essentially demolish parts of the pool and through our evaluation make it unusable. That's why that is why destructive testing was not done. When we talk about getting a second opinion from an engineer, I think it's important to have clear direction if council would like to get that direction, but also clearly know what we're getting a second opinion on, because we're having many conversations here. We're having a conversation about opening up the pools. We know the building doesn't have enough showers. The new showers don't work. There's not enough showers. And we've come to the knowledge that to do something quick and do something temporary, we're gonna have to bring in temporary shower facilities and temporary bathrooms. So do we want to pause and spend time and money getting a second structural opinion on the building? I think if we're talking about a different opinion of the pool, that we can talk about getting absolutely a second opinion from what the health department said on replaster the pool, right? I know we've gotten some answers and no one likes the answers. Not me, not staff, not council, not the public, certainly not the users. The reality is the facility is unsafe and it didn't get this way overnight. And we are absolutely working toward the least minimal work that needs to be done to reopen it. And so I do have some concerns with saying, let's get a second opinion or a third opinion and get a certified structural stamp. I really want to understand and talk to the engineers that were a part of this evaluation and understand what type of destructive testing would do and how that may even compromise the goal that we have, which is to reopen the facility if in fact that's possible. And so I have some concerns with a broad direction to staff to go out and get a stamped engineering report, because there were engineers that were a part of this report and there were reasons why they did the evaluation that they did do. And we've had an opinion from our health department. We've had an opinion, we've had an opinion from the county health department as well as an opinion from the building department. And so my recommendation based on what I've heard the council discuss and members of the public is that staff continues to work. We are absolutely looking for the least minimal work that has to be done. And we have a report from the county. They're calling for a number of improvements. We need to fully evaluate those. We've provided you preliminary cost estimates for those. We absolutely understand that there are concerns about, do we really have to replaster, because that's $1 million cost. Staff had that conversation many times, and we certainly will do an evaluation of that and bring in additional aquatics experts. But I know your mission, and your mission is let's do this as quickly as possible. I don't want to pause and I don't want to divert staff time for another study. The current study that we're looking at took 4 months and cost over $200,000 to do. And so I don't want to divert staff time for a second opinion on that. I totally understand your mission. And I think staff understands your mission, and we've committed to work to improve communication, not just with the leaders of the swim club, but all of the members and get information posted on our website. And so I do think that we can have conversations with the engineers that were a part of this evaluation, and if it's necessary for us to contract with them as engineers to come back and provide a presentation to either the council or a group of the swimmers to further articulate why they did the investigations that they did and why they did not undertake other evaluations, I'm absolutely happy to go back and do that work. And I think that may be the fastest way. But I think that if we look to get a different opinion and need to do an RFP for that contract, we may likely get the same answer that we've received from a 2018 report, 3 vendors that were a part of the report in January, the health department and our building department. And so we can certainly do that work if so directed, but I do think engaging with the engineers that were a part of this review and having them provide additional articulation or give us recommendations on additional work that they could do for the facilities that we're trying to reopen immediately will be the fastest way to accomplish the goal that I think we're all talking about. Thank you.
So City Manager, in your comments, you said that you would, you your recommendation is to not go with the civil engineer, to just continue to try to get the facilities open as quickly as we can under the circumstances. But did you say that you would also engage with an aquatics expert to look at the the county health department report and to evaluate whether or not all the pools need to be replastered, if they can be repaired in a fashion that gets them online quicker? Did I get that from what you just said?
Not totally correct. I did not say civil engineer.
No, not a civil engineer, an aquatics expert
Right.
to look at the pools, because those are completely different than civil engineer.
True. Mayor, if I can, you said a few things. One of the things you said is that I said that we would obtain the services of a civil engineer. I was just clarifying that.
No, that's out. I hear you on that. That's out, because I don't want anything to take your time from getting the facility open, and it sounds like we can't do the two things at once. That sound like that was going to take time away from getting the facility open, which is our goal, to get it open. But would you get the advice of an aquatics expert to review the reports? And we haven't seen any of the reports. I haven't seen the building inspection report or the county health department report. So I assume you're going to put them online for all of us to look at them? Is that correct?
Sure. So we are here tonight because the city council asked for an
I know
update.
why we're here, but I'm just saying, after tonight, will those reports be online for the public to evaluate?
Subject to the reports being final, we will certainly put up a website with a whole host of information. And if we can publish any report that is a public document related to the evaluations, we will certainly do so. With regard to obtaining the services of an aquatic expert for a second opinion on the health department's recommendations, we can absolutely do that and bring that information back.
Do you need that in a motion?
I think it would be, looks like the city attorney wants to opine on the appropriate process, so I'll turn it over to him.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Manager. Mayor, the way this item's agendized, it's really set up for it being a report. We'll probably be more cognizant of that and solicit potential for council direction next time this comes back to you, and hopefully it'll be ready for council action when it comes back to you. But I'd prefer, given the way it's agendized, that if you're satisfied with what the city manager's describing, to you, just accept that, by consensus and allow him to proceed. I know he's interested in coming back to you as soon as he's done the work that he needs to do for real definitive council action. But if you're comfortable with what he's describing, the way the item's set up, that would be my preference, Madam Mayor.
Okay, all right. That's fine. I just have a last comment now. Everybody put their lights on, but I just want to say that, this should be a priority because the pool is down. And meeting with the stakeholders, I think once a month is not enough for our community. I think we have to really improve the way, we're communicating with what the city is doing. It's super important whether you do it online, whether you do it on Zoom, whether you have meetings, whatever. I think everyone needs to know what we're doing every step of the way. And the first step is to put those reports online so that we can see, really what the situation is and exactly, because I know Cynthia went through them very quickly. So I was trying to look and I couldn't keep up. So I really want to see what it is and come up with the punch list of whatever needs to be done on the punch list to get the water open. I think is important because temporary facilities can be rented and fences are very minor. They can be repaired and fixed. I know it costs money, but a fence is a fence. That's easy. Ingress and egress that's the least of our issues. Gutters, paint them. It locks in though. Anyways, there's things that can be done on a very minimum level to get this online. So any short comments, Vice Mayor Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so I think the city manager made it pretty clear when he described about 2 different reports, engineers included in there, 18 pages, 3 firms, health department, building department, 3 opinions. It seems like we just want to spend more money to get the same kind of answer to solution, the same answer that we've already gotten. And, you know, there's a saying that I keep hearing all the time is time kills everything. And I just feel like if we went that direction and trying to get another report, it just time kills everything. Maybe in aquatics, I don't know about that. Maybe the city manager can look more into that. But it's going to come down to this is, I think what all of us agree, is the path of least resistance. Get us the bathrooms, get us the showers. I just guess keep the momentum going of what we already have. And I just hope at the next update that I see nodding heads from the swim clubs and staff that everybody's on the same page. That's what I want to see at the next update. But seeing what the motion on the floor is, I want to make a substitute motion.
The motion's off the floor.
Oh, it is? Okay. So then I'll make a motion to note and file.
There's no motion. Thank you.
So I'll make a motion to note and file then?
Oh, that's a good motion.
Oh, I was going to say, I'm going to
All right,
second that.
Councilmember Chahal, quick comment.
Yeah, thank you. I do agree the communication should be improved. Instead of monthly, I would recommend that we post all the reports or all the data on the website so that everybody of the 3 clubs, even the members, can have access to it and have update on the communication. And on the website, if we post this data, please invite the members who want to be on the mailing list so that at least, and I would recommend, like I know everybody's working hard, but sometimes the breakup of communication is not helping anybody. Rather, it's creating an issue, nobody's doing nothing, basically, right? So it's a good idea to give them weekly updates, whatever it is, just blast an email to whosoever on the database and send them a weekly update and involve the 3 club executives or whosoever their leaders are so that they can disseminate information to their clubs. That would be good. And my second remark is regarding boiler. I know it has been touched multiple times that our boilers are not in good shape. So I don't want this to be a in-series thing. We fix everything of the pool and then the boiler fails, basically. So we have to look at the boiler is an essential part of this solution. So we have to look that in parallel so that side by side we are working on it. So what are our alternate solutions for the boiler? Whatever, because we didn't discuss that in detail right now. We were only talking about the health department plastering and related to public our safety issues. So I want that not to be dropped and whatever our options to be discussed in parallel so that if we solve one thing, that other thing should be there to have a total solution for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I will just make the point that the turnover rate of the water in the pool we know is unacceptable. And the county health department is the gatekeeper over this. Whether you like their opinion or not, they are the gatekeeper. So I will definitely be supporting a note and file. Thank you.
Councilmember Park.
Yes, thank you. I know the city manager talked about non-destructive testing for these reports, and I talked to some of the people, some of the residents, talked to Vikas as well. Was destructive testing done in early reports, let's say the 2018 report? Because I know, so there was none, because possibly the walls in the showers, there was some destructive testing done there, which explains why there is no paper behind the wood, which is not something that you would do that you would miss when you're constructing the showers, but certainly something that you would do if you did some destructive testing to look behind or look into the showers and then replaced it with wood or covered it with wood, and because you didn't do a meaningful repair, you simply covered what you had removed. I mean, that's a question. Maybe we can look into that. You're telling me no, but it seems like a reasonable answer to what happened and what people may have seen in a later report. I mean, I think it's reasonable to me. Also, I want to say, I mean, I come from engineering. I come from failure. I come from a lot of things, but you just don't ask for more reports. You ask for what you want. I almost want to put all the reports online and then put a bounty out to any company who can bring the pools online as quickly as possible, because that's what we want. But simply saying that we want more reports or we want other people to look at it, I'm just saying that you get other people to look at it, you'll find different kinds of problems. I like Vice Mayor Becker's suggestion to look at the lawn bowls, restrooms, looking at things in parallel. As Councilmember Chahal also said, if we can address some of these problems in parallel and get things online little by little, at least we can see that progress is being made. And the bigger issues, once they're completed, we don't have to worry about the small things because they're already done. Right. Again, the problem is not, how do we get a better report? The problem is, how do we get the pools in working condition as quickly as possible, right? So that they're safe, they're reasonably safe. And if there's caveats, I am sure that we've got a professional swim club who's dealt with, who's dealt with this pool with all the problems that it's had. And if we tell them that they need to put more things in place, that they need to limit things, I'm sure they can work that out. I'm sure we can come to an agreement, and I'm sure that they will find a way to get their swimmers in the pool if we tell them how. Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to add that as a result of the Kitchell report, the council back in 2018 strongly considered putting a bond measure on the ballot, and because of concerns and voter fatigue, because there were other entities that were looking at putting a ballot on the measure on the ballot that year, we withdrew and hoped for 2020 instead. And then, unfortunately, COVID came along and took just basically decimated plans for a bond. And but this council strongly considered the reports to then take action, and it's just unfortunate that other things took place and having us to make other decisions.
And we are going to be talking about that actually next, because I know that those members of the swim club that are here and online are interested in our next item, which is going to be the revenue strategies for November 2024 ballot. So did you have something left, City Manager, before our vote?
Yes, Mayor. Just one parting comment, that we will certainly move forward with the items that we've talked about tonight. And with regard to the health department items, one of the items is the flow meters that we've talked about. I just think it's important to note, because there may be additional things that we need to do, and I don't want anyone from the public or the clubs to say, oh, you didn't tell us about that when you met on March 12th, right? This is an interim report. It's a verbal report because we haven't been able to put everything together. And in particular, I'm looking at the flow meters, and on page 17 of the report from January, it mentions that there are no flow meters, and now the health department is reiterating that. Let's say we get the flow meters, and the flow meters actually measure that turnover is not enough. We may need to improve other equipment. And I think Councilmember Hardy's comments about the boilers, that's only one piece of equipment that we know has a challenge. And so there are going to be other equipment items. And so if those things come forward, I just don't want anyone to say, but you didn't tell us those on March 12th. And so I just wanted to pause and note that.
I just hope that the next time we have a report, we can come up with a positive plan. I mean, you've told us everything that's wrong and bad and expensive and everything, and all the negative issues, and I know that's the reality of it now. But what I'd like to hear from our staff is, here is the plan to get it online now, and this is what we're going to do. And this is approximately how long it's going to take, and this is the minimal amount we can do to get all the kids and the seniors back swimming. Okay. I'm going to leave with that. City Clerk, roll call, or not roll call, vote. Note and file. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. I'm again going to move the agenda around because I know there's people here that are interested in item number 4, which is discussion of a proposed community engagement process related to the city's unfunded capital needs and potential revenue strategies for consideration on the November 2024 ballot. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council and members of the public. This item is a update of our community, our proposed community engagement strategy. As the city council knows, we have just under $600 million, about $571 million of known capital needs, and almost no identified funding. The city's general fund capital reserve currently stands at a balance under $25 million, just not sufficient for our known needs, and there are a number of unknown needs, or what I like to call known unknowns. We know it's a problem, but we haven't put a number on it yet. And so we know that the city needs additional revenue. Our problem is not a lack of will, it's a lack of revenue to address our capital needs. And so the city council has directed that we do work on potential ballot strategies for the November 24 ballot. We are undertaking a number of efforts with regard to that, and we have a presentation tonight on our proposed community engagement strategy with regard to that effort. And I'll turn it over to Assistant City Manager Cynthia Bojorquez.
Good evening. This time I am talking to you as an Assistant City Manager, Cynthia Bojorquez. So back on July 18th, the council approved funding to retain public opinion research services. We went through an RFP process and we selected the team of Tulchin Research and their partners, Team Civics. Team Civics, they were selected to perform feasibility of different revenue strategies, developing strategies to inform and engage our residents into a community engagement process, to talk about our infrastructure needs and explore different funding mechanisms. And then, most importantly, to help work with us as city staff in designing the measures that we can bring forward to you for your consideration for placement on a November 2024 ballot. Oops, I went the wrong way. Sorry. So just tonight, real quickly, it's going to be a very short presentation. Just wanted to give you an overview of our community engagement strategy. We have retained the consultants to do an initial survey of 400 likely voters. It will be translated into 4 languages, English, Spanish, Chinese, and Vietnamese. That will be starting at the later part of this month, early April. And so we'll bring you back a report to council. I did want to point out, originally we had talked about bringing it back earlier to you, but the consultants are not available. And so we will not be able to bring it back to you until 4/23. Our community outreach strategies will include a series of public meetings, creation of videos. I was going to show you the video that they had provided, but it's on a sales tax, and I didn't want it for a school district, so I didn't want to get that in somebody's head. That was what we were going to put forward. So I will share the video that we do create later on. A variety of social media posts and mailers. Slightly different approach this time. We have put in money specifically for them to develop mailers. So this is an example of one they've used in a school district where they will poll residents on priorities and then ask residents to then tear off and return. They have a QR code to stay informed, but then we'll solicit information about their priorities and we'll use that to help shape our educational and outreach strategies. And then in return, the second mailer will be, we asked and you answered. And so we'll report out to the community what we heard from them in terms of priorities and how we'll use that information in shaping our potential revenue strategies that we'll bring before the council. So this is a little different approach than we've used in other ballot measures. I think we've used it a couple of years ago, but we have not used this approach in recent ones. The other addition to our approach this time is that we have put in funding for digital ads. So to educate the public about what our infrastructure needs and why we need revenue strategies. So we've included a specific line item for more social media posts and a digital platform. After our education period, we will then come back and do a follow-up survey, again with 400 likely voters, same 4 languages. We'll report back to council on June 4th with the results of that survey. So here's a revised schedule of updates. We provided you an update of the November election timelines back on February 6th. Tonight we're giving you the brief overview of the community engagement process. On April 23rd, we'll bring you back the results of the first survey. On June 4th, we'll be back with particulars, options for you to consider in terms of measures and a second round of voter research. We're coming back that early because we are going to need direction from the City Council on the particular type of measure you'd like for us to bring back in terms of drafting language. And so then on July 9th, we'll bring back a proposal to consider calling for election and get your direction. We have accounted for in the timeline an additional meeting before your break in the event that we do need that additional meeting to consider a potential ballot measure. So the recommendation before you tonight is to receive any feedback you have on our community outreach strategy and then to note and file.
Is there a poll out there now?
No, not yet. At the end of the month, at the beginning of, oh, I'm sorry.
Some people are saying they've already gotten questions.
We have a number of community surveys out now. The community survey that is out now is in regard to your priority setting process and your council priorities for the upcoming fiscal year. And so there's a priority survey going on right now.
When are we going to get the results of that?
I believe, is that the March 25th meeting? March 25th. You have a priority setting process with 2 dates right now, March 25th and April 3rd.
So just to clarify, the survey that we will be doing will probably, will be focused on revenue strategies with a heavy emphasis on infrastructure.
Are you going to ask us what questions we think should be asked, or?
We'd love to have
is
your
that-
feedback.
Is that what,
If you would like to provide feedback on the kinds of questions that you would like to include, obviously, we design it with the consultant.
Is that-
Based on their expertise.
okay.
And it is on the recommendation, so you're free to do it.
Vice Mayor Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. Yep, I figured this was the appropriate area to put questions that we want to see. But first, I want to say thank you for providing this report. And I was a little confused at this little mailer thing that was, or I heard it earlier today. I was a little confused by it. I know a lot of people had a lot of questions about it, but I think it's a great idea. I love it. I love the digital ads idea because you want to connect to as many people as you want. Because I know the mayor mentioned it just a little bit ago about when she was walking neighborhoods, and I hear the same thing in our neighborhoods too, is infrastructure needs, pools, community centers, stuff that affects our quality of life. And so seeing us being on this track is just, I think, the right way. I know there's going to be a lot of questions probably further that people want to ask, but I just think that you're on the right track because you said it, I think, in the last topic where we have $500 million in needs. And I think this is going to be something that I think every council member here, if this ever gets on the ballot, should be walking neighborhoods, and members of the public should be walking neighborhoods to get people to vote on something like this. Because again, it's been since this building was built, it's since Santa Clara went to be suburbia in the 60s after the post-World War II boom. We haven't had facilities rebuilt, and I think it's time. And the only way we can do it is if we go through a bond, because we don't have the money on hand. But I love what you're doing. I like that you're going to send out this information where people can be more interactive and submit answers. Because again, we have people here tonight that are talking about the International Swim Center and how it's an issue. That's just a small portion of people that are hearing this, and hearing it from multiple people that don't normally come to council meetings would be even more beneficial. So I just wanted to thank you for that, and I do love that idea, and definitely do the digital ads, because during campaign season, all you see on Facebook is digital ads, and I think that will help because it will be more interactive too. So thank you.
Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, I'm a little confused about what you're looking for. Is this a bond, and then, or is it revenue that would then fund the bond, that would pay for the bond obligation? And then how do you determine the size of the bond that voters have an appetite for? Where in that process does that come? And then what revenue are you looking for? 5 million a year, 10 million a year, 20 million? There seems like that would be the targets, and then figure out what implement, whether it's sales tax or parcel tax or whatever, to get to those numbers. So those are my questions.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. So Cynthia, regarding the community survey that's out right now, will it also be used as part of creating this mailer that's going out? And number two, I didn't receive the survey, but I know residents told me that there were questions about the north side, but I was curious if there were any questions about the swim center on it, if you can tell us that. And regarding the survey that's going out, it looks like it's going to be going out this month, and it's only going to be about a month long. Is that sufficient time? And then I see there is going to be a second survey. How long will that be as well? That's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Park?
Yes, thank you for the report. Thank you for all the work that you've put into this and all the work that you're going to continue to put into this. But I do feel that surveys are very good at asking questions, but I think that for some of the things that we need, and if we want to get support for a bond, we really need to give people context, background information, links to information, not just a question. I mean, maybe not for the current surveys, but certainly before any ballot measure is considered, and certainly when a ballot measure is out there, I'm sure we're going to get it done. I can think, for example, for ISC, we need people to not just consider a swim center, but we need them to understand the history of the ISC, the George F. Haynes International Swim Center. We need people to understand its place in history, not just in the city. We need to show a list of champions, a list of current swimmers qualifying for the Olympics and breaking records. It's tied to the Parade of Champions. I think that you can ask a question about, do you want to support a pool? But that's a very different question. It's a very different context and background from, are you going to support the George F. Haynes International Swim Center? Like, do you know what the George F. Haynes International Swim Center is? Right, and I know it's a lot of work, and I know it seems like, I don't know how much it colors the information we get out, but I feel that from the city's perspective, we should have a website like that already, permanently up there, so we never forget. And anytime something comes up or we have to consider International Swim Center, we can link to that, and people could talk about that. I know that in other cities, I come from the LA area. LA, we talk about they have a lot more money, but they used to have advertisements about the city facilities because they had really big city facilities. Like everyone knew what was available in Los Angeles. Everyone knew about the Children's Museum in downtown LA. Everyone knew about these things because they were proud of it and they advertised it. And maybe one of the reasons that we don't have as much engagement for some of the things that we have, I mean, we've got a stadium, but we've got a lot more than the stadium. A lot of people don't even know that Intel, AMD, and NVIDIA are all headquartered in this city. And it's things like this that we need to be a little bit proud of. Like, I just came back from a conference where I told every single person I met that that was true. Again, I think that the residents of the city, they live here. They need something that they can be proud of. And they need a reason to vote for a bond measure, not just questions of, do we want to support pool? Do we want to pay for capital infrastructure projects? I just think that without the context, most people are saying, I don't want to spend more money. Thank you.
Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I also had the same question about, we know how much we need, but I was wondering how you're going to determine how much we're going to ask for. As a teacher, I know how to ask questions, and one of them is, do you know? A question that could be asked is, did you know the ISC is closed? Did you know that 5 fire stations need major work? When Councilmember Park talked about giving everybody the history, their ability to take in all that is limited, and the time and interest is limited. So I think you can ask it in a way to give information and see what kind of reaction you get. Also, I had the question, you talked about 400 in 4 total languages. I wondered if it were the same 400 voters at the beginning and at the end of this questions that we will be putting out, because you talked about 400 and they will pull those. are those different ones. Thank you.
Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. So I had the same question, like what would be our aim? Like, is it a bond, parcel tax, or what is the amount? Basically, same question with Councilmember Jane had. And I think, should we expect that information for April 23rd meeting, basically? And my second comment is regarding the report and the mailer they designed for the school district. I think this was for Pleasanton or somewhere. That was good, but I wish they had given us for a city, not for a school district. That would have given us a much better idea where the consultant stands on some mail or something like this. So if they can give that mailer design ASAP, just to look at it, and then we can suggest also, that would be good. Thank you.
Okay, I like some of the ideas that you have proposed. I also think we should look at, there's a way to do text message survey, because that people will answer text messages. We'll probably get a better return than possibly even mailing. People are, as long as it's short, simple, and I don't know how you do that, but I know other people, other municipalities have done that successfully. I think we should do that. So what are we serving? That's what I want to know. What choices are they going to receive for in terms of our infrastructure? What are you going to list as options for people to make a decision of what they think is important? And then I assume that you're going to get all of the information and then come up with some sample ballot language and then test the ballot language. That's what we've done in the past. So I'm making that assumption you're going to test ballot language, but maybe I'm wrong. So those are my questions.
Okay. Is there a way for me to get back to the, it's not moving back. I'm trying, it's not. Oh. Okay, I'll start there. So I think I'll ask the easy questions first. So totally agree with you, Councilmember Park, about the need to provide context to our residents. And so we will be doing a series of meetings. We'll do meetings out in the community. And I'm really kicking myself that I didn't put the video on for you to see today, because it is exactly what you're talking about. It provides a context of what the city's unmet need is, why they're doing the revenue measure. Did you know? Questions are all in that video. So they do have that, and that is the intent here with our consultant for our effort, is to really help people understand. In terms of a website, you may recall when we looked at this last time to do an infrastructure, you may remember Kendra. Kendra did a series of Facebook Live interviews, and we created a website. So there really is a website already existing that has a list of our unfunded needs at that time, which still continue to be unfunded. And so we will do a similar thing for this effort as well. We had one on safe streets. We had one on parks, fire stations, and just in a general one of what our unmet need was. So really well, and I can provide the link to where that is, because that is still a live link with videos and meetings and surveys. The question about the same voters, the 400 same voters, I'm not quite sure. I know it's still likely voters, but whether or not you're going to get the exact same 400, I don't know that you're going to get the exact same 100. I can ask the pollsters, but I find it highly unlikely that we'll get the same 400. But the efforts will be made to the same likely voter pool. With respect to the targets and the construction of the survey, yes, Mayor, our intent is to test various options and to test various limits, just like we did last time. That is the purpose of the initial survey, is to sort of test what people are looking for. We've been pretty upfront about our need for an infrastructure bond, and so we'll test that. We'll test the different rates. But we will also test other measures. It may be a sales tax, it may be a documentary tax, it could be whatever. We're going to try and limit it to a couple of them and a couple of limits, but we're working through that with the consultant right now and try to identify which priority projects we would put forward and refine the survey so that it does sort of get to where we are now. We recognize that when we surveyed the last time, the difference between, it was interesting because the difference between the two limits, we basically got the same response level in terms of support. So that didn't really matter if we were doing 200 or 400, right? We basically got the same. So we will look at that and come back. Right now, I can't give you definitive answers of what it looks like because we still have to meet with the consultant. They're giving us a draft next week. We still have to talk about what priorities, but that is our intent to do it just like we did previously. Different limits, different measures, different priorities, get a sense of what's important to the community. Councilmember Watanabe, you asked about the current survey. That is a totally separate survey, and I wish I could answer the questions, but I can't because it's being done by the city manager's office, someone else in the city manager's office. So, but I do know that that information was not focused on infrastructure primarily. It was focused on city priorities. And so there may have been a question about recreational amenities or quality of life or something like that. But ours really will be focused on infrastructure. So they will all build on each other so that when we come back in June, we will have pretty good information because the third survey that we'll have is a survey specifically about parks and recreation facilities as part of our master plan process. So that's a third one that will be coming down later on. And so we'll have pretty good information about what the community's priorities are from an infrastructure standpoint. Councilmember Shahal, again, our target, we will figure that out. We don't have that defined yet. The length of the survey, it's 15 minutes the first time, and I believe it's 10 minutes the second time. There's two different kinds of surveys. There is the telephone survey, which is what I'm talking about, the 400 likely voters, but then there's the mailer. The mailer will go to all the households, and that will be an opportunity for anybody to provide input, not just the 400 callers who get that image. So they're complementary, right? Intended to try and get a wider berth and to address those issues, those individuals who may not have access to internet. So the question about Northside, I can't answer that, but I can get you the answer if you would like me to do that. I can do that tomorrow. And then Mayor, yes, I'll talk to the consultants to see if the feasibility, what's the cost associated with the text message survey. We do have some money built into the agreement that may allow for some flexibility for that. So I think we might be able to do that. So thank you to all for approving that generous allocation back last July. And then, again, we will test the ballot language. And if you, back here again, just a reminder on the schedule of the updates. So again, we will be back here April 23rd for the results of the first survey. And then again, on the June 4th, that's when we will come to you with proposed options on what type of measures and the limits and what you'd like us to do the second survey, as well as the second round of survey. So we'll come back with you with draft ballot language to give us direction on the June 4th date, and then the actual ballot language on the July 9th, and then if needed, the 16th.
All right, very good, thank you. I'm going to go to the public, and then we can have any follow-up questions after. Member of the public, please come forward, yes? Welcome.
What I understand is the overall problem is there's a lack of money for a huge amount of capital projects that some suggest that we might need. I would like the questions that the voters are asked in the survey to be not just limited to new revenues or just the projects that they prioritize, but also questions on cutting expenses. Like, could this be funded by a wage freeze or a hiring freeze? Could, if there is to be revenue sales tax, would the measure be more likely to pass if it was also tied to a hiring freeze or a wage freeze? Would that make it more palatable for the people of this city that are already have higher gas prices and are already taxed to the limit already? Would that make it more palatable? Also, for some of our capital project problems, like the swimming pool, for instance, would the public be interested in a private sector taking care of the problem? Like if land were made available by Mission City for a swimming pool and free, and if there was a certain amount of the money that's already going to swimming expenses were to go to the private contractor, would that be something that they would like, would they find that interesting? Because hearing about the swimming pool, it's obviously, we lost Raging Waters by East Ridge, so that's gone. We may lose Great America. So there's a need probably for a swimming center, but would it be better to have the private sector do that? Likewise, Central Park, could that be? Not just focusing on revenues, because when a household has a shortage of money, they want to build a new granny flat or plumbing or something, they're thinking of taking it on a mortgage, they don't just talk about new sources of revenue, like going out and get a job, an extra job at the gas station or whatever. They also talk about cutting expenses, maybe a joint type of thing. Like, for instance, no vacation this year and next year, no new car until another 3 years. So in other words, it shouldn't just, it's incomplete if you're just talking about, oh, what do we want? Oh, we want a new roof. And then, oh, we need more revenues. You should also focus on expenses and cost saving. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Please come forward. That was loud. Welcome.
Thank you, Vikas Gupta. Again, I represent myself as a private citizen. I agree with some of the thoughts that Mr. Haggerty just presented. One of the items that was presented by the acting director in an earlier agenda item was perhaps providing land lease to the, excuse me, to the swim clubs so that then they can fix the pools and develop them and maintain them. As I mentioned in the past, and I apologize for saying this, but the city's done a horrible job of maintaining those facilities. I mean, let alone plaster and all these things we are talking about. The city has had a hard time even just replacing burnt out bulbs or cleaning out lamps that have bugs that are in there for like 10 years. So we have to think about alternate options. And then another option, and I didn't quite agree with the answer that was given by the acting director earlier about the question that came up about why when Lifetime Tennis can manage the tennis courts, and that's a private entity and for-profit entity, then why can't the same be done by the swim clubs and maintain those pools and maintain the programs? And part of the answer was that they may not offer the same kind of programming, and I beg to differ. In fact, the swim clubs offer more expansive programming than the city does. In fact, I was mentioning this to somebody today. If my son would have accidentally joined the city program, and I was ignorant at the time, he would have reached a dead end. But now, I mentioned this before, in December, he was at Junior Nationals, thanks to, just because of sheer luck that we actually signed up with the swim club and not with the city program. So something to think about. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here in the chambers? All right, we have online Mark. Go ahead, Mark.
Hi, thank you. I believe this is a tremendous opportunity for the city council and the city staff to join together to show leadership for all of the residents, which has not been shown effectively in the past. If we need $600 million to address the needs of the city, we need $600 million. And we should be publicizing that, making that the top priority of the city council, making that the top priority of the city staff to talk about what we need, how the money would be spent. I think most residents would join me in saying we're tired of hearing the answer that we can't do it because there's no resources. And we have so many unfunded projects that will never get to the things that really ought to be done to keep our city running. This Santa Clara has a reputation for being a great place to live. We need to keep it that way. And I challenge you to take up the leadership role to make sure that this is done for the city. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else online, City Clerk. All right, Councilmember Park, your light's on.
Well, actually, like a lot of what I heard Mr. Haggerty talking about you're not just looking for new revenue, you're also looking for how do you cut expenses? How do you manage costs? How do you do cost savings? I think that's a great idea. I've heard Mr. Gupta talk about, you know, I do agree. I don't see why an organization that's a corporation, basically, a nonprofit corporation in and of itself, that knows how to manage, you know, Olympic level swimmers, why they can't be, you know, we can't at least test programs where we put them in charge or we manage with them. Like we can have people maybe on their board so we know that the interests are preserved. In fact, I know of people who have joined the city program thinking it was the swim club program, and then they quickly learned that this is not true, so they switched. I actually literally have heard stories like this. I like this concept that Mr. Kelsey said, which is if we need $600,000, we should be advertising that. Oh, 600 million, sorry.
We got
Sorry.
600,000.
Yeah, well, you've got 600,000. So talking about what we need, how the money would be spent, talking about, like, you know, putting some caveats in there, which is maybe we would have some freezes. Maybe we'd say this is what we're going to do, you know, in return for you funding these bond measures, right? And my point about advertising Santa Clara was not for ballot measure time. You know, as Councilmember Hardy said, people's ability to take information is limited. And I hope that you heard when I was talking about Los Angeles that this is not something this is something that people should just know about. Things like the ISC, the Triton Museum, Parade of Champions, the Art and Wine Festival should be part of our heritage and common knowledge as people who have lived in Santa Clara for as little as 1 year. Like, we should just know that these are things that are available. And if you've lived here, you know about these things, and we know why these are valuable. We promote them every chance that we get. Parade of Champions, we talk about ISC because, again, there would be no Parade of Champions without. Like, we need to talk about the reasons we do some of these things. We shouldn't have to tell people about this, but right now, because there isn't a lot of knowledge out there, I feel like we need to start this information campaign where we're teaching people about our city. We're teaching people about the history. We're teaching people not just history of things that you can come and take a look at, but the history, the background of things that their children, that their families can participate in. And I think that this is something that is of great interest to everyone that wants to live here, that's looking for quality of life, not just a city to live in. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to the caller, Mr. Kelsey, as well. One thing I noticed is that Santa Clara has never had a bond measure in its history. This will be a first time for Santa Clara to do this kind of thing. And I think it's the time and the need. You know, Mr. Kelsey, when he mentioned on the phone about if it's going to cost that much, then that's what we got to get. Kind of reminds me of something that my father would say: if it's going to cost that much, then that's what you got to do to fix your car. Santa Clara took a gamble in 2010 on a $1.5 billion stadium. You know, and my retrospect in looking back is, you know, and going back to things that my father would always say to me is, something like a stadium would be a luxury when you have to get your house in order and you have other things like, you know, pool or other things that need to be fixed, like your car, stuff like that. And I could see a lot of the comparisons and looking back at those lessons and seeing, you know, now in this role as a council member, I should be learning from those lessons, what I grew up with, and taking that and adapting it to what we are doing here on the city government. Again, Santa Clara never had that bond measure. I want to see a bond measure just because of the $500 million worth of infrastructure needs that, you know, has gone on too long. Councilmember Park, I think, had, you know, I won't reiterate a lot of what he said, but I 100% agree with everything he said. You know, I agree with the mayor on, you know, not only are we polling our residents through mail form, but we should also be doing it through text form if we have to. People will respond to text, especially millennials and Gen Z. But again, when it comes to the selling point, we're going to have to keep highlighting those things and keep hitting it home about the deficit, the fluctuating deficit. Again, list of champions, I think that's what Councilmember Park said, or I don't recall who said it. And also about how much we were asking for, and it's either between 600 some or even $1 billion. I don't want to go say $1 billion, but we do have the needs, and we need to have maybe a little left over too. But I just want to thank staff for what you've put together in this background and this research. And I'm looking forward to, I think you said on here, April 23rd, to see the report from the 400 likely voters. So I appreciate it.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to go ahead, and it seems like everybody's provided their feedback and on the proposed community engagement effort as deemed appropriate, and the recommendation is to do that, as well as note and file the report. So my motion is to provide, we've provided the feedback, now note and file the report.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Chahal.
I only had one comment to make. Like our gap between what we need and what we have is huge, very huge, basically. 4%, we are less than 4% of what we need, basically. Are other cities of our size in the Bay Area or outside, are they also in the same boat, or we are outlier in that? I would, on 4/23, when we bring this topic back, I would like to see that. And if we are outlier, what are the reasons? How we can fix this problem going forward? Yeah, one thing is like we go for a bond or parcel tax, whatever we are trying to do. But what are the other reasons, as mentioned by some of the residents, like expense control, looking at alternate sources of solutions to look at? What can we do going forward in a baby step so that we don't get into this situation down the line? Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second to note and file. City Clerk. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. And we're going to take a 15-minute break. So it's 9:20, 9:35. Thank you, everyone. next and last business item we have on our agenda this evening is item number 4, discussion of no, it's not item number 4. We did that one already. We have, thank you, all of you. It's item number 2, action on the stadium manager, no, wrong one. Action on the proposed Santa Clara Stadium Authority fiscal year 2024-25 operating, debt service, and capital budget, Stadium Authority budget, compliance and management policies, and 2024 non-NFL events marketing plan. And this is a public hearing.
It is, Mayor. Thank you.
Executive Director.
Thank you, Board Chair and members of the Stadium Authority Board. Javon Grogan, Executive Director for the Stadium Authority. We are here tonight, as the Board Chair mentioned, for a public hearing for adoption of the proposed Stadium Authority budget for fiscal year 24-25. As a reminder, the Stadium Authority operates on an April 1 through March 31st fiscal year. We were last before you 2 weeks ago with a study session on the budget. We are here with a public hearing and proposed action on the budget that will take effect on April 1. I'll now turn the presentation over to Ken Lee, Director of Finance, Treasurer of the Stadium Authority.
Welcome, Director Lee.
Good evening, Honorable Chair, Stadium Authority Board, Ken Lee, Stadium Authority Treasurer, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk about the fiscal year 24-25 Stadium Authority budget. And I know that by way of agenda, and many of the slides here just are repeated for the public's purpose as part of the public hearing. Wanted to provide the public with a lot of the same information that we did 2 weeks ago. So I appreciate your patience as I go through some of the same items and same slides. But by way of agenda, what I will focus on is some of the background, some of the methodology disclaimers in putting this budget together. I will go into some key summary points that anyone at home listening, if they don't get anything out of this 30-page report, listen to the key summary points. I will dive into further detail. Those that love the budget numbers and capital projects will talk about that. And then I'll round it out with some of the other documents around the budget for the board's consideration. This next slide, what I'd like to show here is just this budget before you is a process that started late last year in the November, December timeframe. But really the clock starts ticking according to the contract in January. At the end of January, we are given a 45-day review period according to the contract. And so just to point out some of the key dates here, if you look at the February 24 date, some of that back and forth, the analysis that staff performs with Manco was completed around February 19th. It was less than 2-week turnaround time to bring this item before you for a study session, less than 1 month to get here from that last analysis and back and forth. So I do want to acknowledge just staff has put countless hours into this report, led by Lynn Lamb, Tyler Cook, and Brenda Lee in our Stadium Authority finance team. And then we are here with the goal of hopefully adopting a budget before that 45-day window is up on March 14th. According to the contract, we are required to provide a notice to the stadium manager of any items that the board disapproves or approves. By way of just the budget document itself, there are quite a few different sections in this slide. I won't talk about every one, but those listening at home, it does provide a backward look at the year, both for NFL and non-NFL events. Talks about technically a lot of the aspects of the contract, including the concept of excess revenues, then the operating budget itself, where we are with debt payments, some of the key capital projects, and the Stadium Authority work plan. Here's a list, just as your treasurer, the disclaimer on the budget. And the first item for those that aren't accountants at home, the budget's on an accrual basis, and what that means is we record revenues and expenses when they are incurred and not necessarily when cash is exchanged. And so that is a common practice for governmental accounting. This budget was based in part based on documentation, as I mentioned earlier, that Manco provided at the end of January that started that 45-day window and a back-and-forth process over about a 2.5-week period with staff. It includes both items from the Stadium Authority with regards to public safety capital, general and administrative costs, as well as items managed and provided oversight by the stadium manager. And this budget is provided in the context of ongoing litigation around two areas, both the stadium builder's license buffet and the public safety costs. As I get through the presentation, I'll make reference to some of those items. When you look at the dollars, the bottom line here with regards to the budget, $65.9 million in total activity. So when you look at operating budget, to operate the activities of the Stadium Authority and the stadium manager, the debt service to cover our obligations, and the capital budget and the contributions to maintain a facility that is in good functional order, we're looking at $65.9 million in total budget overall. The key points. So the takeaway for this budget, it's almost a 70, 80-page document. Revenues are down roughly 4%. That's entirely offset, and projected on the expense side as well, down 11%. This is largely due to the fact that the SBLs, or stadium builders licenses, are those on a payment plan. The expiration of that payment plan is this year, and so that was contemplated on the expense side as well with regards to some of the cash flow and the debt. The third bullet here, renovation and demolition reserve, projected to be $35.5 million, roughly half of the obligation according to the contract that's required, and many, many years ahead of schedule. Capital Reserve Fund balance is projected to have a balance of $3.4 million after all the projects are programmed. That's a very small amount when you consider our assets over $1 billion. We'll continue to work as the Stadium Authority staff with the stadium manager to ensure the highest, most critical projects are brought forward. Net non-NFL event revenues are budgeted at actually $6 million. I'll talk about the change on the next couple slides after discussing with our stadium manager. And then it also contemplates amendments to our recent Levi's naming rights, as well as large events forthcoming in 2026, Super Bowl and World Cup. And I'll talk more about that later on. So as I mentioned, just quickly on the previous slide, the budget before you is what's changed since the study session. We did have some conversations with the stadium manager based on some of the feedback provided by the board, and knowing that the $5.5 million that was in the budget 2 weeks ago was a point in time as of the end of January. The stadium manager did look at some of the additional sales with regards to some of those events since that time, and before you is a budget that has increased that estimate to $6 million from a non-NFL, net non-NFL event perspective. As a result of some of the math and formulas that drive performance rent credits and our ongoing litigation, that trickle-down effect from a contingency perspective changes from 10.1 to 10.3, and I'll detail that. So oftentimes I'm asked questions around what happens to excess revenue at the Stadium Authority at the end of the day, at the end of the year. And so this slide is provided to show that there are buckets of both reserves and capital expenses and various loans and obligations that are listed in the lease agreement with the stadium manager. And so by way of the green check marks, we've made significant progress, both with the payoff of loans in item 1 and item 5. I do want to highlight here item 3 here, capital expense reserves. Under the excess revenue distribution, it's fully required that an additional $1 million if needed for capital. Our budget assumes that. We do note that with our balance of $3.4 million, that may not be enough, so we will have ongoing conversations about what that looks like going forward. Item number 6, when it comes to our operating expense reserves, we have $20 million plus, and then we get to the current bucket, which is item number 7 here, the renovation and demolition fund I mentioned earlier in the slides, about a $35.5 million balance towards that $70 million, so over halfway there. And then item 8, which is of significant interest, both for the city, Stadium Authority, just options there after that bucket is filled up, potentially to the city's general fund. When you look at some of the numbers around that excess revenue waterfall, you really see some of the several trends that I talked about. The capital reserve, because of the time it takes to implement some of the projects, as well as just some of the issues in the past. We have a capital budget before you that has over $20 million in projects. And when you look at that reserve and the programming of those projects, that leaves a projected 3.4 at the end of the day. The operating reserve, a good, healthy, just increase there is defined by the lease agreement, and then the renovation and demolition fund, 35.5. So when you look at those excess revenue reserve summaries, projected ending balance there of close to $66 million by the end of the budget year. So what are some of the assumptions within the proposed operating budget? And with regards to Stadium Authority staff, general and administrative costs, these are the cost of my time, my staff's time to present before you. $4.2 million. We literally work with all the departments, and over 40 positions touch Stadium Authority activities, roughly the equivalent of 8.5 full-time positions. So that line item is projected or proposed to increase roughly 7% based on the analysis before you. Talking about net non-NFL events, $6 million projected. I mentioned that revision. We do note that that is based on a point in time that with the development of this budget, currently 3 concerts and 4 soccer events projected for next year. Looking at the historical numbers, slightly below the 8.8 and 7.8 over the last 2 years. We'll continue to work with the stadium manager on how ticket sales are trending, what other events are possibilities out there, and how we can maximize revenues around non-NFL events. With regards to our legal contingency reserves, these reserves were set up several years ago with regards to ongoing litigation. Currently, with the SBL buffet and the public safety costs, this shows kind of the incremental increases as some of the dollars that were budgeted but set aside until the pending outcome of those cases. The buffet, the growth to $4.4 million projected in this budget. Public safety costs, 10.3. Those reserves are important just pending the outcome of the potential of resolution of those cases, the liabilities, to the extent there are any, this would be a source of funding potentially for any of those potential costs. And then shifting gears with regards to our stadium manager, our Stadium Authority contract is structured where we have shared expenses with the stadium manager, and I'll talk about those costs. Those in total, $13.6 million over 55 positions, and I'll talk about that. Those aren't full-time equivalent positions. The Stadium Authority is funding portions of those positions. Those costs are down, notably here in the groundskeeping area and some changes in guest services. SBL sales and services, excluding the buffet, $2.4 million, funding a portion of 19 positions. Now, shifting gears here to some of the numbers, this slide highlights over $62 million, almost $63 million in various revenue categories, the largest of which is our facility rent, our NFL ticket surcharge here, naming rights, and then our non-NFL ticket proceeds. Those are all revenues that are vitally important to sustaining our operations, as well as paying off our debt obligations and funding our capital projects. So just want to highlight here the last item here on this list, youth and senior and youth program fees. I know that's of noteworthy important that those dollars are transferred to the city to fund some of our parks and recreation programs. On this next slide, some of the expenses here, highlighting the $47.3 million of expenses. It does include some of the transfers out to pay our debt, as well as some of our shared expenses. Those are the two largest items here. The items paid to the general fund, ground rent, performance rent, and asterisk there, pending outcome of our ongoing litigation, and then the senior and youth fees. This is the transfers out to the general fund to support our parks programs. And then another different fund in the area of our budget, our discretionary fund. This is an allocation that's funded through our non-NFL ticket surcharge. It's a $4 per ticket charge on our non-NFL event. So half of that comes to our discretionary fund. In prior years, it was used to cover public safety costs above a certain threshold. Currently, that balance is projected close to $2.8 million based on activity forecasted for next year. Around the area of performance rent, and I want to spend at least the next few slides to talk about this because it is a very technical calculation. So when we look at non-NFL event performance, there are credits outlined in our agreement, lease agreement, that dictate the performance rent to the general fund, to the city. In generalities, it's roughly half of the non-NFL events, and then you take away 50% of the ground rent. And the key word there, any other credits, including public safety costs, and typically any of those above the threshold would be credited back. When we look at performance rent over the 10-year history of the Stadium Authority, you see that the numbers ranged roughly from $5 to $6 million the first 4 years. We had some negative years based on the type of events, and then we had COVID impacts. And so the last 2 years plus this upcoming forecasted year, very high activity. Some of that is just the recovery from COVID, some of the events, and getting back to a more normal range there, but still high activity when you look over the 10 years. When you look at the calculation with regards to where the performance rent dollars and non-NFL event dollars go, on this slide, just to show with the forecasted $6 million next year with a credit of half of the ground rent, $2.5 million here allocated for that reserve for litigation contingency, as I mentioned earlier. To the extent that that arbitration is settled, our goal and our hope here is that those dollars would flow to the general fund as part of the outcome. With regards to shared expenses, just diving a little bit deeper, some of the more changes with regards to staffing, a position eliminated from stadium operations, adding a position in the engineering area as it relates to capital projects. And then just shifting gears in some of the details here. When it comes to the debt service for our stadium, we've made significant progress. The payments that are allocated in the budget are close to $20 million here, made up of our CFD advance. That's a tax, or it's a increment of funding that's applied on our hotel rooms within a certain district around the stadium. And then when you look at our overall obligations from a debt perspective, about $220 million left outstanding, roughly a 66% reduction when it comes to our debt since our peak when the stadium opened in 2014. So very good progress. A lot of that is due to some of the excess revenues I talked about going to pay off debt early at the end of the year. With regards to our capital budget, it includes a total budget of $22 million, $8.4 million of new projects, 12.1 of carryover projects. I want to highlight, I know pictures speak 1,000 words here. Some of the major improvements in the budget include a lighting system, changes to the lights to LED. It's best practice, and it will save utility costs. Some of the waterproofing on the traffic deck recoating. So you see the picture here previously, those concrete steps had some flaking of the concrete, so those have been recoated and refurbished. With regards to our naming rights signage, as part of the recent amendment, a requirement of $2.7 million, up to $2.7 million for replacement of the sign. So funding is included in this budget for that, both from capital dollars as well as from naming rights dollars. And then the picture here, just some of the refinished aesthetics with regards to the floors. When you look at some of the seating, there's been a multi-year project underway with regards to the replacement of some of the seats. As you see the top left here, the covering coming off, damage from both usage and weather, and the new seats. And then on the right here, a retrofit of some of the parking light lots to LED to improve security as well as save on energy. I do want to note that before you is a recommendation around the stadium manager's marketing plan. It was discussed 2 weeks ago, and it does include plans from staff to work with the stadium manager in the upcoming year to refine and implement aspects of the marketing plan to leverage both the Levi Stadium as well as the city's reputation to track both larger number as well as quality non-NFL public and private events. Work closely with Discover Santa Clara to increase sales and improve efficiency here, and establish KPIs. And so those were all discussed 2 weeks ago and included in the plan before you. So in summary, I talked about some of the numbers here overall from a budget perspective, slightly smaller budget when compared to the current amended budget. Renovation and demolition reserve balance of over half of our requirements, very good progress and ahead of schedule when it comes to filling our reserves. Capital reserve fund, that is low, and we'll continue to work with the stadium manager to prioritize key projects to maintain the facility. Non-NFL event revenue of $6 million, apologize for the old number there. And then the activities around both the naming rights, Super Bowl, and World Cup events. And so with that, the recommendation before you is to adopt the Santa Clara Stadium Authority fiscal year 24-25 operating debt service and capital budget, approve the Levi Stadium events marketing plan, adopt the board budget policies, compliance, and management policies. And with that, that concludes my presentation. Appreciate the time and welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for that report. Start with questions. Authority Member Vice Chair Becker.
Thank you, Chair Gilmore. I hope I said it the right way. So, Ken, my question to you is, I know that there's something that happened in the past where it was associated with the, let me pull this page up right here because I lost it. Apologies. And it was basically the surcharge for the stadium. I know for tickets, I know that you said it was stated at $4 per ticket. I know in the past, Councilmember Jane has described that in the past they moved the fee up to $7 for one instance. I can't remember, Councilmember Jane, what concert that was or what event that was. But seeing that they have done that in the past, raising it from 4 to 7, what happens to the difference of that money between the 4 and 7? Where does that go? And I know that we asked the question in the past of how much power or how much authority do we have to know where that, to see where that money goes, and at the same time, if we want to increase it ourselves. I think it was one of the discussions we had. So I want a little more background on that, and maybe Councilmember Jane can describe the concert that had that $7 charge, because I know that was a concern to me and himself, so I just want to know where that money goes.
Thank you. Authority Member Hardy.
Thank you. I am noticing that the ground rent does double. It will be $1 million now that we are up to 10 years. But I'm very concerned about the capital reserve fund being so low. And is that something the Stadium Authority needs to look at and make a choice or a decision? That's what I want, because I am concerned about it being that low. And it said we only have to put $1 million in there, and we know that's not enough. Also, we're down to $220 million for our debt, but with the SBLs basically terming out for the most part. I was confused when I read through this. So what is it we're using to, because we have our demo fund we need to finish. We're halfway there, which is wonderful, but we also have a fixed debt amount. And I was wondering, does that fixed amount that we can't do anything, we can't pay it off early, it is what it is, where are we taking that out of? Is that part of our expenses, I guess, is the one. I'm wondering how you're tracking that. That wasn't really clear to me. Thank you.
Authority Member Jane?
Yeah, so the city tries to maintain an operating reserve of 25%. The operating reserve, I know it's defined by the lease agreement, is $26 million, which is half of the 62 million that, or not half, but even more than, well, about half. And so I guess my question is, have we ever had to draw on that operating reserve? Because it seems like the stadium kicks off excess revenues year after year that have gone to pay, fund the demolition reserve much faster than anyone expected. And then the demolition reserve, I think last time you said it's in a very liquid account. It's like a money market account, right? Is there any thoughts to put that into, because we're not going to use it for 30 years, to put it into some better investment that would return more? And then finally, the discretionary fund is up to $2.6 million. And I know anything over $1 million can then be put into, half of that could go to the general fund. So, excuse me, can you explain why that isn't happening? Thank you.
Thank you. Authority Member Watanabe?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you again for the report, Director Lee. So I just have one question. So last year when there was the reorganization of the stadium management, and when we asked questions as to why it was done, it was expressed, I think it was Alex Acton who said that it was to like control costs, to reduce the stadium authority costs so that the stadium authority would be making more money. And looking at the full-time employees and the cost of $4.2 million, it increased $268,000 or 7%. So I'm just wondering where are the savings as a result of the reorganization last year? Thank you.
Thank you. And my question is, where are we accounting for the costs associated with Super Bowl and World Cup in this budget? And whenever you're ready, Director Lee, you can answer those questions.
Right. Thank you for the questions, and I'll go one by one, and if I missed any, just please let me know. So, Vice Chair Becker, you talked about the $4 surcharge and the reference to the stadium manager charging an amount higher than that, and so we did observe that. We are tracking some of those events and what those ticket surcharges were. The difference between the $4 and a higher number, we do have eyes on that. Those are being credited as non-NFL event revenue. The topic of conversation of potentially changing the additional dollars around the $4 is something that we're aware of, just because that practice has happened, and would be looking to have conversations with the stadium manager in terms of what that could look like. Board Member Hardy talked about the ground rent, and in a very detailed way showed that ground rent doubled to $1 million. That was contemplated within the structure of the ground rent over the original negotiation and determination at the onset of the stadium. With regards to the capital reserve, I mentioned the $1 was a contribution from excess revenues. That is on top of about $3 million that the Stadium Authority puts in, so for a total of $4 million. Still, we think a modest amount, and so the plan ahead is to work with the stadium manager in terms of a facility condition assessment to determine, well, what are the needs, capital needs out there? That will inform us in terms of what would be a potentially additional capital contribution that may be necessary. We would talk to the stadium manager in terms of options of funding that and looking within the contracts to look at how we could do that. There was the clarifying question around the $220 million debt and the SBLs, the financing, those that financed SBLs terming out over this recent year. I do want to clarify the fixed debt I talk about is fixed rate debt, and so as far as our options to pay that down and or advance pay, those are all rights that the bondholders carry in terms of based on the current interest rate market. If it's an advantage for those bondholders to accept prepayment, then we go through a process with that excess revenue to do so. I do want to mention that the structure of that fixed rate debt actually aligns with the anticipated decrease in SBL revenue. So the principal payment is lower this coming year than this current year, and that was all contemplated with the financing structure and included in the debt structure. So that the payoff of some of those SBLs on a payment plan was anticipated. And the good news is, as some of those SBLs holders default or decide not to continue with it, the stadium manager does remarket and resell those, and to the tune of $5 to $6 million were forecasted based on those resells. Board Member Jane, you asked about our operating reserves. The city has a policy of 25%. On the Stadium Authority side, you noted that the reserve is about $26 million. Our budget's $62 million. At the end of the day, when you consider the gross revenue and expenses for non-NFL events, that budget at the end of the year will be close to $100 million, roughly 25% of reserves. Those reserves were super critical in times like COVID, when we had some of the revenues that, because no fans were in the stands, it impacted our revenues, and so we did tap into some of those reserves. It's fortunately, because of our excess revenue and our structure of our contract, we have refilled that reserve up to the cap, and so that bucket is full based on the contract. The renovation and demolition fund, I talked about those dollars being in a money market account. That investment structure is defined in our debt agreement, and so with regards to more either riskier debt, longer term debt, those aren't allowed investments as part of the current structure. We do look at what's available in terms of what's allowable under the contract and try to maximize those returns. I think today we're getting close to 5%, which is a pretty good return, but we are limited in terms of where we can invest those dollars based on the contract. With regards to the discretionary fund, that is correct. Any balance over $1 million, half of that, to the extent public safety equipment, capital equipment is fully funded, half of that could go to the general fund, half of that then could go to stadium operations. We have suspended that practice as your treasurer just in the midst of ongoing litigation. This was a fund that had been used in the past to pay for public safety costs over the threshold. So until we have an outcome from that arbitration, my recommendation as your treasurer is to hang on to those dollars until we know what that litigation will result in. Board Member Watanabe, you talked about stadium costs and the $4.2 million. I do want to clarify, the $4.2 million I specified in the slides, those are Stadium Authority general and administrative costs. That's the cost of my time as well as many of our Stadium Authority staff time, roughly 8.5 positions, full-time equivalent up, as you correctly noted, 7%. year over year. Some of that has to do with when we survey our 40 employees that touch stadium activities, the hours and time spent that they've actually spent. It's a projected cost based on that. You referenced stadium manager employee Alex Acton's and the restructuring last year, and notably that the response at the time was, some of that details and some of those, that restructuring was happening live as we were presenting the budget. I had very little information. I think we had asked them whether there would be savings and reported back to the board that, it was unknown at the time. And so the budget was reflective of the information at the time. If there are savings from that restructuring, when I present the year-end report as part of the fourth quarter, I'll report out on any savings from shared expenses, which is the primary line item for the bulk of the stadium manager positions. But at that time, last year's discussion was a lot of that information was unknown at the time. And then with regards to the accounting of World Cup and FIFA time, I want to turn that over to our Assistant City Manager, Chuck Baker, to elaborate more on the work effort underway with regards to those.
Thank you.
Good evening, authority members, distinguished chair. So we've had several meetings in response to the question last week on how we're tracking time. And so we've made some progress. I want to kind of discuss the methodology that we're going to implement. So the first thing is that we're going to classify what planned and prior activities are either directly related or indirectly related to the event, right? So you could be doing activities that are not directly related to the event reimbursement, such as pre-planning activities, or you may be doing activities that are directly related to the event, such as planning for a specific activation, right? So there's pre-planning activities, there's planning activities, there's event activities, day of event, and then there's post-event. And those will fall into two categories, either direct or indirect. So we need to do a look back to understand how we're classifying that, what those activities are, and then assign hours to those activities. So that will start taking place now. Once we can codify and classify the indirect and direct event costs, then we will work with finance. The CMO's office will work with finance to prepare a memo with formal direction to help the staff understand what activities actually are indirect and indirect. There'll be definitions associated with those activities. And then we'll determine what the look-back date is that's relevant to those activities. So it might go all the way back to May of 2023, some of those pre-planning activities, or it may be as recent as last week, right? So we're going to make sure that we understand where the look-back date is. We'll issue that memo, and then those hours will be added up based on looking at calendars, looking at notes, and just helping the staff across all the departments that are working on both of the events understand what to look for, right? The easiest way to do that is to look at calendars, and that's sort of the first filter, but then we're going to get a little bit deeper into some of the nuances of the work that we're doing behind the scenes with pre-planning so we can at least codify that. Now, to the extent that can get reimbursed, that will be part of the negotiations with the assignment assumption agreement, but we need to be able to track them by doing the look back and the planned activities with those classifications. And then what we'll do is we'll start communicating that out. The staff will understand their hours, finance will understand the total of those hours, finance will start reporting it out, the city manager's office will start vetting that, making sure that it's accurate, and then we'll report that out to the board. At some point, we'll make sure it's public, but that's the general construct around how we're going to track previous hours, how we're going to look back, how we're going to look at the planned activities and then codify them into pre-planning, planning, day of the event, and post-event.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
This is a public hearing, so I'm going to go to the public. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this issue? I see no one. May I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Second.
Motion second to close the public hearing. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Motion on the floor. Is there anybody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion for, I believe it was staff's recommendation over accepting, and there were 4 different ones, adopt the Santa Clara Stadium Authority fiscal year operating debt service and capital budget, approve the 2024 Levi Stadium events marketing plan, adopt the Stadium Authority budget, a board budget policy, and adopt the Stadium Authority board compliance and management policy.
A second?
So we have a motion and a second. Do I have any comments on this budget? Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the report and all the work that's gone into it. I know it's a lot, however, based on the fact of that this the Stadium Authority and mostly that the fact that of the general fund has not made any money, considering all of the wonderful headline concerts we had last year and the fact that, you know, there were all these expectations and hype, we are still not getting money into our general fund. I talked to somebody, a resident today, who said to me, I hope that we're going to start making money. And I'm thinking to myself, no, we're not. I didn't want to say anything negative to the person because I could see that their heart, where their heart was. But all I could think to myself is we already know we're not going to make any money next year because everything else is going into the legal contingency fund. We've already got $14.7 million in the legal contingency fund. And that's money that should be in our general fund. And I know it's your recommendation, Treasurer Lee, and I understand that. But based on my feelings and what's behind the fact that we're not making any money, I cannot support the motion, so I will not be voting in favor of this motion. Thank you.
Any other comments? All right. Then I'll make mine, and I'm sure you'll all jump in. First of all, I question the revenue from the high-profile concerts that were from the last fiscal year going forward. I question the proposed revenue from this upcoming year's concerts. I just don't think we get the proper numbers. I don't think we're getting our fair share. When you have the highest profile concerts in the world, and we're making less than $1 million for those concerts, for each concert, there's something wrong. There's something wrong in those numbers. Also, in looking at this budget, you know, there's issues like 19 people that are going to say in sales and service of SBL licenses. You know, for a $5 million revenue, we have 19 people, full-time people working on that. They're not working on that. They're working on other things. And I realize that our staff gets numbers that are provided to them. I realize that. And one of the issues that I have a big problem with is that we had forensic auditors, JS held, who never finished the tasks on the forensic audit because the lack of cooperation from the 49ers Management Company led me to believe that the numbers that were given for some of these events, they're not accurate, they're not honest, and we're not getting our fair share for what's going on. And I don't accept that. I just don't. I'm concerned that the settlement agreement that this council majority accepted a year and a half ago and agreed to has now tied our hands, and there's like less accountability from the stadium manager than there was even before. It's even worse now. And I'm concerned that our staff is continuing to spend city time on Super Bowl and World Cup preparations, and I guess not charging the Bay Area Host Committee because we don't have any agreements, but charging the Stadium Authority, the public Stadium Authority, for costs that the Bay Area Host Committee should be paying for. And I'm concerned that the longer it takes to get an agreement, the Bay Area Host Committee is just going to sit back and let the public just absorb all these costs because we don't have an agreement, which should have been done on day one. So the last year, all these costs have been put in there, and I don't know how you're going to go backwards. I hope you can. I'm going to look for it to go backwards and find out how our staff has been spending time and how are you going to calculate in the last year. And I can't believe that it took me asking that question last week to get this process started to really keep track of these costs that the public should not be absorbing, and especially our stadium authority. Yet another year, zero performance rent to our general fund. 7 years in a row, zero performance rent. And I think what's most disappointing to me is that our Stadium Authority Board just accepts it and justifies it because we're filling up the demolition fund. Or they're concerned about, what did I hear? The capital improvement fund and increasing that. What we all should be concerned about is increasing money to our general fund, which is what was promised and part of our contracts in the first place. Fair market value for the land is a combination of ground rent and performance rent. And we haven't had performance rent in 7 years. That's a violation of our contracts, a violation, but that goes on deaf ears around here. So I will not be supporting this budget. I think that we're not getting what we should be getting for the stadium. Look at all the work that's been going on. Look at all the work that our staff has done for the stadium to get zero performance rent to our general fund for 7 years. So next year, it's not going to be any different. It'll be zero. Unless we change things here, the year after that and the year after that is going to continue to be zero. That's unacceptable for me. Authority Member Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, when I was a little kid, there's a story that was called Chicken Little that often talked about how the sky is falling. And, you know, there's another story called The Boy Who Cried Wolf. And it's pretty sad that, you know, we're sitting here and we have to defend our stadium. We have to defend actions that we are taking to make sure that we are benefiting in the stadium when consistently we have things again and again that the sky is falling. And then I hear terms like it must be falling on deaf ears. Well, I think that's the opposite. I think it's falling on deaf ears on certain members of this council that don't maybe understand how the contracts work or don't understand how stadiums work. Again, net performance paid to the city of Santa Clara is $0. Yet you can see 3.6 is brought down because, again, we are putting in a legal contingency fund. Why are we putting money in a legal contingency fund? Well, the answer is because of certain individuals got us into fights in the past. And I'm going to say, plain out and simple right now, I call that sabotage. I call that sabotage to create a crisis so then in 3 to 4 years you can go and say, oh my God, the sky is falling. Well, we're in that moment right now. And I think it's pretty insulting when we have our staff and including Director Lee that are giving us numbers and you're saying we aren't getting the honest numbers. So is it, you know, numbers that you approve or is it numbers that, you know, as when our last item, you know, 2 or 3 different sources tell us the same thing, you know, it must only be what you want to hear. And I think that's disappointing and insulting to our staff and our finance director. And I know, you know, you don't like hearing this, but again, it's falling on deaf ears on yourself because the numbers are right in front of us. We're being told what we're getting. We're paying down our debts. I think that's a positive, is paying down our debts. And yes, I see that we have $14 million that should be going in, but again, I'm not the one that got us into a legal fight in the first place. That's called sabotage. and when you plant the seeds to create sabotage, to create a crisis within a few years, well, then of course you're going to run that. And as the mayor, and you're lucky to be the mayor to describe that, because people will believe what the mayor is saying because they think it's authentic. It's not authentic. And when you misinform our community this way and provide false narratives, this leads to other problems. And I am tired, and our residents are tired of the gaslighting and the false narratives that you present. We see what we're dealing with, but when you consistently say that the sky is falling, it makes me think that you're the boy who cried wolf, because when something really bad does happen, we will never believe you. So honestly, we are just so, you waste our time, you waste our staff's time when you do things like this, and I think that's very unfair. So I want to thank Director Lee for everything that you do in putting this together, because since the time I got on this city council, I didn't understand a lot. And now I'm starting to understand contracts, and I'm understanding contracts more than individuals who've been on the city council for over a decade. So I thank you for putting this together. I thank our state staff for putting this together. And I thank Assistant City Manager Chuck Baker for your answers to these situations and how we're going to start tracking these things. And again, whenever it seems like you guys give the answer, certain members up here tell us we're not getting it, and I think that's unfair. So I just want to make sure that you guys are commended for these efforts, and that, you know, I'm just tired of the gaslighting and the false narratives, because when is enough enough? And I know, Councilmember Watanabe, you're laughing, and, you know, it may be a joke, but, you know, you're all the ones that campaign for this. You push for this stadium. It seems like you guys create artificial crises consistently, and our residents are tired of it, and we're frankly tired of it too. So I just want to make sure that's on the record, because again, you have the mayor and someone else saying how bad things are, and people take it as authentic, and I think that's really unfair.
Thank you. Authority Member Jane.
Yes, I would like to remind the public that Board Chair Lisa Gilmore voted for the lease agreement on March 12, 2012, and Board Chair Lisa Gilmore actually made the motion to approve the management agreement
That is
on
correct.
March 15th,
Absolutely,
2012.
yes.
And now she's questioning the waterfall and why we're putting money into the demolition fund, which is the agreement that she approved. I think that is gaslighting. And I think it's very odd that someone can go and complain that we should have made more money on a concert, where Taylor Swift is a very popular performer. She can play anywhere. It's a competitive bidding to get these events. So we can't just dictate that we're going to make $2 million or $5 million. She can claim whatever she wants. Oh, we should have made $10 million off of Taylor Swift. Well, she would have gone to San Francisco or Oracle or somewhere else. So you can claim whatever you want. Oh, we should have made more, but it's a competitive bidding, and she would go somewhere else if we were charging too much. So you can gaslight all you want. Now,
You learned a new word with Authority Member Becker. Wow.
well, you have been gaslighting for a long time. I know the word. So the thing about it is that we have an auditor that audits these reports. The auditor, through the new FMS system, which has been in place for 2 years, now can go and look at every contract that we have. They're, of course, confidential. Apparently, the mayor and Councilmember Watanabe don't seem to believe in any confidentiality. They won't sign the NDAs for a lot of our agreements. So they just don't understand why. I mean, we sit in closed session and we do a lot of confidential stuff because it has to be confidential. That's why we have closed session, and that's why there are repercussions for disclosing things from closed session. So we have audits. The auditors have the ability to go look at every bill, and now with the new FMS system, all the bills are in the FMS system. In the past, they were in paper and they weren't tracked very well. I understand that, but now we have good accounting, and I applaud Director Lee for putting that in place and making sure that we have that. But remember, for the public, that Board Chair Lisa Gilmore signed the contracts, and she doesn't seem to know what's in them. Thank you.
Your turn, Authority Member Chahal.
Thank you, Chair. So I would like slide number 19 to be presented, please. Sorry. This is good too, although, because we filled in the 6 buckets of the 7 required, and that's the reason the last bucket of 70 million is almost going to be full by $35 million, which is 50% of what we needed to do. And this is the agreement which Chair Gilmore signed, actually, that we need to fulfill these buckets first before the overflow waterfall agreements start flowing to the general fund. And I don't know why she forgets that she signed that agreement and how the business is done and how the business was signed and terms were agreed to. Okay, can you go to 19? Thank you. Okay, so Chair Gilmore mentioned that we have not got a performance rent for last so many years, right? Look at 2023, highest non-NFL event rent revenue, highest, and even projected for 24 is higher than what we did since 2015. And even March 2025 is close to the highest of the previous years, basically. So the reason we are not getting performance rent is because of the contingency fund we put into the litigation fund. Otherwise, this number itself shows us that we have made the highest net non-NFL revenue from the stadium. Now, I know you understand everything, but you want to politicize it and you want to distort the terms you signed, and that's the reason. Who says that $35 million of that money which is going to demolition fund, if you would have signed a good contract, why do we need to fund that thing at a first or second or third year of this where we are right now? There's a 30-year contract. We should have signed that, okay, that maximum, if it amortize that thing for us 30 years, we should have amortized that, okay, put $3 million into it. Why did we put, okay, we will put maximum into it, 30. Now we are putting at 35 million, and it's only going to a money market account. We don't even have a control of making money out of it. We signed that contract also, basically. So we are signing those contracts, and we are adhering to those contracts, and now we are blaming somebody. FMS system, I know I fought for that if you are not getting information from the stadium manager, we should have a transparent online FMS system so that our team, as well as the stadium authority team, stadium manager team, have a full access to that. And our staff has done a great diligent job on that, and they have, time and again, they have verified that we have verified the information. We have looked at the sporting documents. It is all correct. And saying that they are distorting the books or inferring that the books are distorted is not genuine for our own staff, basically. So if we have to make more performance rent or something like that, you have to go back to your times when we signed those contracts. Let's go back and take responsibility that why did we sign those contracts? If we have those contracts, we are dealing with those contracts. And this council is dealing with those contracts and trying to make best use of this stadium, basically. And that's what we are. And that's why I will be voting to approve this budget. Thank you.
I just want to repeat for those who didn't hear what I said, is that our staff only acts on the numbers that were given to them. They didn't create the numbers.
No,
Excuse me, I am speaking. I didn't interrupt you. Stop. So let me repeat again. I said our staff only gets numbers that were given to them, and I don't believe the numbers that were given to them. So hopefully you all heard that. And secondly, what's most disappointing to me, I'm going to repeat this, is that we have gotten 0 performance rent into our general fund in the last 7 years. That is a fact. That's a fact. And the fact that it's so disappointing that our board here accepts that and justifies it. And you just heard all of that. So that's all I have to say. All right, I'm going to go to Authority Member Park because he hasn't had his shot yet, and then we're going to call for the question. Authority Member Park, go ahead.
Yeah, so I heard a lot of comments about gaslighting, and I'm going to defend the mayor. I don't think it's gaslighting. I think it's lack of understanding, maybe incompetence. I mean, we see, and I think the slide's still up, which is slide 19. We see how the revenue, actually, we do have revenue. It's not that we're not making revenue, we haven't made revenue. We started making revenue, looks like 2023. Changes that were made in 2022. And these are revenues that would flow to the general fund, except we've got other issues. Like you say, we signed the settlement agreement. The settlement agreement didn't get rid of all the litigation. We kept the litigation that we thought we had good grounds. And so we are using the revenue that we are generating, and it's not going into the general fund immediately now, but we are certainly generating revenue, but we are putting it, the revenue that we would like to go to the general fund, and I understand that semantically you are making the statement, most disappointing to me, $0 to our general fund in the last 7 years. But what we should be looking at is, are we generating revenue? And the short answer is we are generating revenue, and the fact that the revenue that we're generating isn't going to the general fund because we've got staff telling us that we should reserve this into the litigation fund, is just semantic. To be honest, it's something that we should just throw out. Because we are clearly generating revenue. And if you say that, well, you don't believe the numbers, well, we do audits. And if you don't believe the numbers, well, maybe you can ask for more audits. That's how you tried to destroy the chamber and got rid of the Convention Center Visitors Bureau and, tried to get Mike Sellers, the police chief, into a lot of trouble during 2016 elections.
City Attorney, are you going to jump in or should I?
My mic there. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I just asked council people that a lot of the discussions I know have been personal in commentary, but it was related at least to the budget and the Stadium Authority economics. I would encourage everyone to stay on that subject with their commentary.
Oh, the audits are very much related to the budgets. And I'm going to say that, again, we can see that non-NFL net revenue is going up. And your semantic point of, but it's not going to general fund, is a direct consequence of us having litigation. I find that disappointing too. But I think it's even more disappointing that that's the way you choose to characterize this. When council members are talking to residents and saying, well, to want to disappoint you, we're just not going to get revenue in. And when you characterize, well, we had, somebody made $1 billion on a tour, and we didn't get a, noticeable fraction of that. We're the facility. The question that I would ask the director is, did we get the monies that were due to us on those events based on the contracts and based on the things? And I'd like to know the answer to that question. And after this, I think that we've done a lot about this, but maybe it's not gaslighting. Maybe you're giving too much credit on that. I just want to caution the other council members. Thank you.
Was that a question that you're going to answer?
I heard a question directed at me, but
Okay.
Yeah, so we do receive net non-NFL event revenue as shown on this slide, and that's based on information according to agreements negotiated by the stadium manager on specific concerts. I mentioned this in the past, that those event negotiations take place independently, individually for each event, and the terms are dictated by the market, and those dollars do flow into the stadium authority.
Okay, then I'm going to ask my question. How much has gone to the general fund for performance rent in the last 7 years? truth. Is it 6 years?
I don't have 6 or 7, but
6 or
I'd
7?
say that the last several years that we've made money, that performance rent has been allocated to our legal contingency, as I've described, based on a conference with our Stadium Authority Council on the status of litigation.
But you didn't answer my question. How much has gone into the general fund for performance rent in the last 6 or 7 years?
0.
Thank you. All right, can we have the question, please? I'm calling for the city clerk.
Sorry, but my hand was up, and I think
You've talked
Councilmember.
several times.
Yeah,
and
I know. But
Please register your vote.
I just don't like how you get the last word and make everyone
Because
believe
I'm
that.
running the meeting, please stop.
I'd like a point of personal privilege, as I'd like to
No,
hear
there's no
I'd like to
personal
hear.
privilege.
I'd like to
Excuse me?
hear.
No,
I
I said
appeal the
stop,
chair.
please.
I appeal the chair.
I would like to
You can
appeal the
appeal
chair
all
to
you
the rest of
want.
the council as well. I would like to appeal the chair to the rest of the council. I would like to hear the
Please
comment.
register your vote. See, they
appeal
don't
the
listen
chair.
to the gavel. Means
You
stop.
abuse the gavel. I'm
City
sorry,
Attorney,
but someone's got to
Please
call it
register-
out.
Please register your vote.
And we appeal the chair to the
We
rest of the
appeal the
council.
chair.
Madam Mayor.
Maybe you need to read Robert's rules.
Yeah.
You don't follow Robert's rules.
Madam Mayor, I don't know if any additional comments are necessary with the question called, but it is within a council member's prerogative to ask for a action on the chair's determination on whether or not someone can speak. So that is subject to a majority.
Spoken several times, so I called for
Yeah,
the
I'm not
question.
disagreeing with your determination, Mayor. I'm just identifying the prerogative of a board member in this case to propose that.
I understand that,
Yeah.
and I said no, I had called for the
I
question.
would like to appeal to the rest of the council.
I second that.
City Attorney, I called for the question.
Mayor, if you don't have anything to hide, I don't think that anything's
What do you
about
mean something to hide?
Well, you do
This
have
is
something to hide all the
ridiculous.
time.
I've spoken
Madam
several
Mayor?
times.
Yeah, no, council member, yeah, the point that's being made as a matter of procedure is whether or not a majority of the council can authorize an additional speaker, notwithstanding the presiding officer's determination, which absolutely is your prerogative, Madam Mayor, but it's also within the majority of the council's authority and discretion to ask to vote to overturn that determination so that the additional person can be allowed to
So,
speak.
all right, go ahead, because I know how the 5 will vote.
Oh,
Always
thank you,
in
Mayor.
unison.
No.
Go ahead. Do you have something new to say?
No, I just want to make sure that because you have the last say in these meetings, and you do say this where you basically pressured our financial
I wasn't
director.
pressuring, I was asking the
Mayor,
question
I'm
for an
speaking.
answer.
I'm speaking.
I have a right to ask a question of
Understand
the
that.
director.
But it seems like you're abusing our staff members when you're saying we got 0. But again, it goes back to cause and effect. Those who got us into legal issues, that's the cause and effect. I want to make sure that's clear and simple to you, but it seems like you don't understand that. I don't know why you like to misinform our public, and I think that's unfair. And you get the last word is totally unfair because, again, to the city attorney, it gets to the point in my situation is when the chair is out of control, what powers do we have?
Oh, that was so important. Please, I'm calling for the question now. Please register your vote.
Let me be clear, I vote yes.
That passes 5-2. All right, we have an adjournment. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I would like to read this adjournment in memory of Julie Welch, who passed away on Sunday. She was a constituent as well as a friend. Julie was born on January 20th, 1965 in Denver, Colorado, as the youngest of 3. Her formative years were spent in Bellevue, Washington. Julie enjoyed athletic pursuits throughout her life. She loved swimming and skiing and was a cheerleader in high school. After high school, she attended school to become a travel agent and went to work for Thousand Trails. A promotion brought her to the Bay Area, and she never looked back. She traveled the world with Sun Microsystems for several years, and after Sun, worked for Oracle, where she became an event planner for SD Forum. She gave peritoneal cancer a valiant fight for almost 5 years and was a force of nature until the end. She will be deeply missed by her loving family and wide circle of friends. May her memory be a blessing. Thank you, Mayor.
Is that an adjournment?
Motion to adjourn.
Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. This meeting is adjourned.